I'll just run through the formalities at the start of the meeting before we move on. So just to remind colleagues that it's only executive lead members present in the room who are taking decisions in the meeting. Others in attendance are here to provide advice to the executive. The agendas and papers have been published on the council's website in advance of the meeting, and the council will be making a recording of the meeting, and this will be published in due course. Today's meetings will be run using a hybrid format, and executive lead members and key officers are physically present here at Shepton Mallet. Key officers include the Chief Executive, the Executive Director Strategy, Workforce and Localities, the Executive Director Resources and Corporate Services, and the monitoring officers. Other elected members and officers may physically or remotely join the meeting to speak on specific agenda items or observe. The meeting is being broadcast, and therefore other members of the public and partners can observe the meeting remotely. If you are following hybrid good practice, please only use the chat function for the purposes of this meeting, and primarily to indicate if you wish to speak, though I do prefer it if it's hands up, please, because that's what I can actually see from the chair. I will need to ask for advice if you choose to do it through the chat function. Please can you say your name before speaking so that we're all clear? And if you are online, please do make sure that your microphones and cameras are off when not speaking. Before we start our formal agenda, just to thank our hardworking staff and partner organisations who have been working incredibly hard with the weather situation over the last few days, where we've had gone from freezing cold and having to grit all our roads to exceptional rainfall, and deal with the consequences of that on both our travel networks and on residents' homes. I do know that we've managed to step up as well as we're able to. I sometimes feel that we're not an emergency service, but it often feels like we are. And I do commend all our staff and colleagues who've been involved in that. I'm just wondering if I believe Councillor Rigby is online. I wonder whether he's got an update on the road situation at the moment, because I know that was troubling a lot of residents.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, we still have some roads closed across the county. We've got 3 of the 4 permanent floodgate closures still in place. The only one that isn't currently closed is the one that crosses the A361 between Eastling and Boroughbridge. But we do still have a fair number of roads closed, although the picture is a lot better than it was on Monday when we attended 425 separate incidents. I can provide some separate information rather than rattle off lists of things here.
No, I was hoping you wouldn't go through all 425 if that's all right, Councillor Rigby. But yeah, just wanted to highlight the amazing work that the team has done in doing so. I believe the Chief Executive's got commands for this event. I wonder if you've got any updates.
Thank you. I won't add too much. Just say that we've had a couple of pre-activation meetings with partners to make sure we are ready to stand a full response if we need to. Obviously, the main thing we're watching right now is the weather forecast. At this point in time, it's much better than it looked like it might be, but unfortunately, it's getting worse from tonight through towards the weekend. The ground is very, very wet. We've already got lots of areas with standing water. As Councillor Rigsby just said, we've already got roads closed. So we're not expecting to have a good time if it's consistent rain over the next few days.
Thank you. And do we have any visibility on the number of residents' homes that are impacted?
The number I've been given so far is about 15. That's not clear whether that's homes that are wet inside or homes that have got flooding around the property and on the property. But I would say that number is always lower than the actual number out there, because not everyone tells us and we don't get all that detail.
Thanks. And yeah, I think there was a message gone out to city, town and parish councillors as well to say, to share the message, let us know if you're in difficulty with water in your property, and we can do whatever we can to support with that with our partner organisations as well. we know that the situation is something that Somerset's prepared for, but it affects us in different ways with the new patterns of rainfall we're seeing, and certainly very pleased to see published last Friday the new trigger points from the Environment Agency for the Somerset levels of their intervention as well. And I'm hoping that all our levels communities won't be poorly impacted by these events, but well, certainly in our thoughts and prayers. Okay. Apologies for absence. I've got Councillor Dean Ruddle, who is on annual leave, and Councillor Mike Rigby and Councillor Adam Dance should be joining us online as they have other engagements that they're not able to be present in the room. I'm not seeing, is there any other apologies? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Minutes from the last meeting. Are we happy with those minutes? Just not seeing any concerns. Can I see a proposer to accept them, please? Thank you, Councillor Lyshon. Seconded, Councillor White. Those in favour, please. And those against. Okay, thank you. All the public questions relate to item 11. Item 11 on the agenda, so we'll take them at that point so that it logically flows into the debate. So please bear with us if you thought you were going to have your chance right now. It will be a short time where we get through some other business first. And item 5, standing item on the agenda, is our executive forward plan. Am I seeing any comments or questions on the forward plan? Okay, and I believe that's just for noting. And so we move on to the first of a series of items led by Councillor Lyshon, the first of which is our 2023-24 General Fund Revenue Management Revenue Budget Monitoring Report, month 6, quarter 2. Councillor Lyshon.
Thank you very much, Chair. This, of course, is quarter 2, so cast your mind back to the 30th of September for this report. It is the first budget monitoring report in the new format using Solver along with MS Dynamics. So we now have a covering paper and 10 appendices. And as this is a quarter report, there are more appendices than you might see in the other monthly reports. It does show an improved position, but that is mainly due to one-offs rather than recurring savings. That does, however, help protect our reserves that we may have to use this year in order to balance the budget for future years. So the adults and the children's overspends, we have to acknowledge, will also impact on 24-25, and we need to recognise that there is an under-accrual in children's from 22-23 of £900,000. So you will see the under climate and place, the income, or rather a gain share from Connecting Devon and Somerset. That is a one-off, and that is it within Waste and Highways, reduced by other overspends. This is an amalgamation of 5 very different budgets, and I cannot wait to get into a new financial year where I don't have to keep saying that, but you will understand that it has been a very difficult and challenging exercise for the finance team, the wider finance team, and they have been doing that work at probably the worst possible time. On page 80, it's worth colleagues noting that there is an update on collection rates for council tax. We've seen this referenced locally, so I'll just quote that. At the 1st of April 23, the household the council tax collection stood at a debt of 24.7 million. That's reduced to 36.7 million at the end of quarter 2. That's a 14% reduction. It's worth colleagues noting that this debt goes back across 4 district councils across at least 20 years, and there were different ways of accounting for arrears across the 4 different districts. So if you want a summary of why it's been so much work, then I recommend paragraph number 25 on page 33 for an explanation of why that has been such a massive task. At this stage, I'd like to hand over to Nicola Hicks, who's one of those who knows exactly how challenging this has been. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lation, and for introducing the report. So as was detailed, this is a new format of a report. I wouldn't say it's a finished article in terms of we're still looking at how we can improve the formatting of the report, especially in relation to table 1, which is at the top of page 20. Been amended so that it has got a RAG status on now, and it is broken down into the individual services rather than at director level. But we are looking to make continual improvements to that, to add in the actuals spend rather than just having it on a projection for the full year. And we're also looking at whether we can include information in the report about income and expenditure being broken out, so it's just not a net position. So I think that would provide more transparency and clarity to members, which I think will be good. But as was pointed out, we have experienced some challenges, especially bringing the 5 very different budgets together and the structure changes that were put in place for the new council. So I think we just had some challenges on doing that. We're in a lot stronger position than we were and are heading in the right direction with our reporting, but I think we've still got a couple of improvements that can be made. I just wanted to point out for our in-year position, as detailed in paragraph 3, which is on the bottom of page 27, you'll see the way that we're monitoring some of that in-year expenditure to see whether we can get a reduction in our overspend for the current financial year is by putting in place a number of establishment boards. These aren't about freezes, they're just about extra controls that are put in place. So we just kind of going on in our organisation with regards to establishment and recruitment. We're not freezing all posts because that may put us in a weaker position in terms of some of those specialist posts that are needed. And then if we'd had to go to agency, that might cost significant more for the council. So it's more just about challenging whether that could be made on a temporary basis rather than a permanent basis, and just kind of the need across the council, whether we can share posts in any way going forward, just to have a see whether we can get any reduction in our staffing numbers naturally. The commercial and procurement board, that's making sure that every contract spend is going through that board, just to make sure we do have a contract in place and the controls that are put in place to make sure that they are the best value for money, and just making sure they are reviewed and any uplifts challenged, not just accepting all of the uplifts that our suppliers may try to put on us as a council. And the spend control board, reviewing every purchase that's going through the council at over £100. You can imagine this is creating a significant task, but it is worthwhile. We have picked up some things that we are challenging around whether that is actual critical spend at this time for the council to be making. And it's important we don't delay any of the spend in that area. So we are working our way through processes to make sure that that is done in a timely manner. I think what it will do is accelerate the position we wanted to be in as a council, where we have a no order, no pay policy, which is something we've always envisaged would happen. It would mean that our suppliers would actually get paid quicker because they'd have an order in the first place, and therefore it would be processed through the system in a more of a flow rather than controls being put in terms of people signing off invoices or kind of retrospective spend. But we haven't got there yet, and we will always have some exemptions to that list, such as utility suppliers or grants that leave us that won't be on there. And then just the other panels that are put in place around adults and children, just challenging some of the placement that are being made there. So just more scrutiny around there. But just overall, I think it was highlighted about the challenges in bullet point 25. We do want to be transparent about where we've been as a council in terms of our reporting, but I think with the implementation of the Solver system and budget holders getting a lot more detailed information than they perhaps have had as we were a new council, I think we will continue to head in the right direction. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Liz, and thank you, Nicola. I just wonder whether Jason or Duncan have got anything to add. Oh, okay, thank you. Any lead members with questions? Any associate lead members with questions? Councillor Wakefield.
Yes, I just wanted a bit of clarity about this sort of improved data. I know it's only 1 month, and I know Liz did say something about it being one-off things, but I mean, how should we look at this? Should we be pleased that this is happening? Is it just in-year savings that we're looking at that have been made? And does it show any way forward for the future?
I think one of some of what we talk about in-year savings and once off is where we have had a significant number of vacant posts that will contribute towards a one-off saving. Those posts may not remain as we go forward looking at our establishment numbers. Therefore, that kind of might not be a sustainable ongoing saving, but it will kind of reduce the size of the organisation if those posts aren't recruited to, if we do things in a different way. Other things are around, we've had a one-off windfall with treasury management income. So we have had once-off income there. Loans, short-term loans that were in place are maturing. We are having to refinance that debt, and that is at a higher cost due to interest rates. So there's things like that that are once-off windfalls that aren't going to be sustainable going forward. But in our mapping of how we forecast for next year, we're picking some of those up.
Not seeing anybody else from the Executive Associate League members to open up to the room or online. Not seeing anybody. So we have recommendations before us to approve that it will continue to receive a monthly update on the financial position and actions being taken to address it. To note that the forecast overspend of 18.7 million, that's 3.8% for the year, and the recovery action being taken and mitigations put in place to address this. And note that the format of the budget monitoring has now changed for month 6. Can I see a proposer for that? Councillor Lysholm, seconded Councillor Wyke. Those in favour, please, and those against. Thank you. Which moves us on next to item 7, which is the 23-24 General Fund Capital Budget Monitoring Report for month 6, quarter 2, and invite Councillor Liz Lysholm to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. This again is a new report. This is drawn partly from Solver, the new software that works with MS Dynamics, and partly from previous records that will be held on Excel. You can see that the actual at the moment is very considerably less than the budget set, and the forecast for the year end again is less than the budget set. So of that variance of 92 million, 85 million goes into future years. So that's what I think we term slippage, with a projected underspend of 7 million. We have seen the impact of inflation on construction and highways as much as we've seen it anywhere. And that has been across all sectors, private and public sector. I should just point out, Chair, if I may, that on page 103, the Octagon project is identified in a separate paragraph. So that explains that, again, this paper is for quarter 2, so reflects the position on the 30th of September. But you will recall that we took a decision at the executive on the 4th of October that agreed that the business case for the Octagon rebuild and operation was no longer viable due to increased interest rates. So this situation was helpfully identified at resources scrutiny yesterday, and so it's important that we understand that this paper reflects, as it was on the 30th of September, with what might be in brackets or termed an afternote to explain the decision that was taken on the 4th of October. There is something where we need to pay careful attention in future, because many of the funded projects in Towndale and Levelling Up are actually council assets. And so where they're shown, I note that there's one council asset that's a Towndale project that is shown within communities. Is that actually a regen project? So showing in a different directorate. So I think this is something I'm looking at Chris Hall, because I think we're going to have to be really, really clear about where all of those government funded projects sit, because as we all know, there is no extra money for any of them. Money cannot move between those projects. And so we do need to be really clear about how we demonstrate them in our reports and in our public meetings. So if I may, Chair, I'd like to hand over to Nicola again for a bit more information on this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. What I'd like to point out, this is our first report of the capital for the Somerset Council. We do still have improvements to make to the report. As was pointed out, this is a combination of a report produced partly by Solva and partly by an amalgamation of systems and spreadsheets that were held in place. Our vision is to get everything coming through Solva. We've changed our way in which we are picking up the budget monitoring of capital schemes. This will be done by the finance business partners now alongside the revenue budget monitoring, so they'll be doing the two at the same time. I think that's really important, so we get an understanding of how our capital schemes affect our revenue budget, and especially in light of, if you look at table 1 under bullet point 7, you will see the budget for the year was a total spend of 316 million. As of month 6, that's only at 52 million. That means our profiling of our projects hasn't been too good, I don't think. And actually, we need to get better at reprofiling when we're going to spend our projects, because that has a significant effect on our revenue account in terms of when we borrow money and kind of the predictions we make around when we're likely to spend capital money, that then therefore we borrow money and build the interest cost into our revenue account. So I think we need to get better at our profiling of spend. That said, you will always get some schemes that don't start for some other reason, or kind of what's happening in terms of grant funding may be delayed. But I think we do need to get better at breaking that down, and I'd like to see some of the reporting against specific major schemes in the report built in a bit better. I think just in terms of going forward, I think I'd like to see more graphs around how it's funded, around how actually the significant effect it's having when we borrow money, and our what that has on our effect it has on our revenue account. This report doesn't include anything around any of the work that's currently being undertaken to review our capital schemes that are underway at the moment. So any of the work the team are doing to look whether we want to pause any schemes, or whether actually we do want to continue with any, make a decision as a council that it's not a scheme we wish to continue with, hasn't been built into that report. Alongside, we don't have any of the proposed schemes for the next financial year. That decision hasn't been taken on yet until it goes through February full council. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything from lead members or associate lead members. Of course, means it was a very thorough report, and there's no questions. So going around the room, Councillor David Fothergill. Hi, David.
Thank you very much indeed. So my question is about the Octagon. I think there needs to be some clarity here, and I'm not feeling clarity. Maybe it's just I'm missing the point completely. So I'm struggling to see how on one line you can have it, the 15.9 as slippage into future years, and the paragraph below it says that it's been removed. So is it removed or is it slippage? First question. The second question is, there was some debate at a previous executive about recycling the funds from the sale of the battery park back into South Somerset for the Octagon Theatre, I think it was. I just wonder if that's still the intention.
Thank you for your question. I'm struggling to recollect the second part of it, but somebody's memory might be better than mine. Councillor Lyshan.
We certainly had a confidential item at an earlier meeting. I don't think I'm very happy to catch up with Councillor Fothergill offline about that. We certainly don't hypothecate income, but I should say that the paragraph on page 103, my personal view, if I'd written the paper, I would have put that in square brackets, or I would have termed it an afternote, because that's what it is. It's an afternote because it was very sensibly pointed out that we were looking at a position on the 30th of September, which is correct. It was in a slippage then. The afternote is from the 4th of October. So because we're looking at Q2 rather later than we would have done, and because we do capital as quarterly reports rather than monthly reports, we were anxious to put something in there that reflected that decision taken on the 4th of October. There is a great deal of work going on at the moment in the back offices between Department of Culture, Media and Sport, the Arts Council of England, South West, and our officers on whether there is a possibility of it's not a new option, but a revised option for an Octagon project that would ensure its future as a flagship venue for Somerset. That is very delicate work, and it is being pursued with all the partners, and the partners include the Yeovil Town Council. We would hope that we will be able to make an announcement on that work within the next few weeks. The really important date, though, is the end of the financial year, because money that comes from the Treasury through DCMS with the Arts Council as an enabling partner, so holding the monies, but as an enabler, not as a funder, that work has to be worked through, and I commend the work of the officers led by Elizabeth Dawson, who is working incredibly hard on this. And I also commend the flexibility and the commitment of the Yeovil Town Council, who have had a number of meetings. I've not been present at those, but I have been present at some other meetings with the leader of Yeovil Town Council and Chris Hall, Elizabeth Dawson, Federica, my colleague, on communities. We are all being kept up to speed. I can assure you we could not be doing more to try and deliver that project in an affordable and different way that has the same outcomes. Hope that helps a bit.
David, you look like you want to come back briefly.
I'm just seeking clarity, really, and transparency, I think, is really important at this stage. So I thank you for pointing out hypothecation. But as we sit here at the moment, what I think you're saying is that it was slippage, but now that 15.8 million has been moved from the budget, therefore doesn't currently sit earmarked for the Helpful project. Is that right?
Chair, when we see the Q3 project, you'll not see that there in that form. If we are able, so I'm not sure how much detail I go into at this stage and whether it would be better to pick this up outside the
confidential
meeting.
briefing, if that would help.
I think that would be very helpful to do that, because it is at a delicate stage, and the last thing I would want to do would be to damage that delicacy in any way. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I'm not seeing anybody else in the room, so going to Mandy online. Good morning, Mandy.
Good morning, Bill. And first of all, thank you for the report. I think we can all agree it doesn't make great reading. So a couple of questions, if I may. So how comfortable are you as an executive that the capital programme is being well managed and controlled? And I think that's in the light of the financial crisis. So that's the first question. My second question, and I do note on the previous paper and on this one, we did have them and they were discussed at scrutiny yesterday. And I didn't hear any reference to the scrutiny comments. So I will just pick up the same question I raised at scrutiny in case it's not covered here this morning. How much would have been available to spend on essential services in Somerset in the revenue budget if the borrowing for 53 million, which is what we spent, was factored in, as opposed to the 316 million that's been budgeted for? And just a third question, and it's not specific to the Octagon but generic, and the question really is around new borrowing, and it's just a simple one. Can this council afford any new non-essential borrowing? Thank you.
Questions, Mandy and Liz, you going to take them?
I will try, Chair, to do my best. I think there might be a bit of correlation there between the amount of borrowing and the cost of borrowing, because the cost of borrowing we see in the 24-25 paper at 53 million. That's obviously not the total borrowing, that's the cost of borrowing. On how much would be available to spend on essentials, as was budgeted. Indeed, we're looking at a projected overspend, not an underspend. When we get to next year, and we'll be consulting very soon on potential savings within the revenue budget, that's the point at which we'll start looking at how much services are impacted, how much our partners in the city, town and parish councils can work with us on delivery of services. I think we have got, it is to me an incredibly complex situation at the moment. And I think that the work that we need to go through between now and February budget setting needs to have a clarity and a transparency that I wholly agree with you, Councillor Chilcott, Mandy, I wholly agree with you that we need greater transparency in how we work through that, because we're on such a tight timescale, because we've moved through all the COVID and the lockdown straight into LGR and then straight into a financial position that we then have acknowledged as a financial emergency. It is going to be both more complex and have greater need for transparency, so that the residents of Somerset, the staff of the whole council, and indeed all 110 members understand exactly how we're working in order to find a sustainable future for Somerset Council. And it seems to me that the One Somerset business case, if we were following the One Somerset business case, as we have been doing, if we only had that to worry about, we would be in a much easier position and we could have greater clarity at the moment. So where we're looking at a review of the whole capital programme, that will impact on borrowing and cost of borrowing, where we're looking at disposal of assets, and we've already agreed that disposal of commercial investments, that will impact on the amount of borrowing and therefore the cost of borrowing. There are other things, the confidential item that was mentioned just a few minutes ago, that has an impact too on borrowing and therefore cost of borrowing. And what I'm finding, all of these are all strands, and at the minute it feels as if the strands are all one next to each other in parallel lines. And what we need to do is pull them together into a rope, because all of your strands are much stronger when they're together in a twine or a rope, if you can think of that analogy. And we've got a lot of work to do between now and February. And when we come to the later paper, the one that is 24-25, I think we'll talk about it a great deal more then. That's the paper 11 on this agenda. So I'm sorry, Chair, if I'm waffling on. It is that complex at the moment.
Thank you, Liz. And I think Chris Hall was leading on capital projects and financial emergency and would like to come in.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, as you say, I was asked to pick up the capital programme. So that was a review across the council of the schemes that were inherited by Somerset Council from the 5 predecessor authorities. So I think the question raised by Councillor Chilcott was around how much confidence do we have in the oversight of the delivery of those schemes. If from my experience, having spoken to the owners of those schemes, and we've gone down the capital programme line by line, I have a great deal of confidence that we are very clearly aware of the schemes that we've inherited. We're aware of the funding mechanism behind them, whether that be by grant, borrowing, Section 106, etc. And each of those schemes has an owner. So if the question comes from a concern around a particular scheme, we can certainly identify the owner and then we'll give you a more detailed response. But in terms of, are we confident that they're being well managed? I would say yes, based upon the review I've undertaken.
Thank you, Chris, for that assurance, and we take that at face value, and we share that confidence and that reassurance from our officer team. We're working incredibly hard on this. Okay, Mandy, I can still see you on the screen. Does that mean that you need to come back on any points that have been raised?
Yeah, so the third question was, can this council afford any non-essential new borrowing? And the first question was, does the executive feel that the capital programme is being well managed and controlled? And I only ask that because we've got a variance of 92 million, which, as we've heard in a roundabout way, does impact what we can spend in Somerset, or have reduced the budget gap a little. Thank you.
Well, in the short term, that's a positive, of course, because it reduces the pressure on the cost of borrowing. I think because we're in a position where we're looking at capital programme, we're looking at rationalising that, we're looking at rationalising offices, we're therefore looking at disposal of assets, both commercial investments and the council's assets. I think those two go side by side. What's really interesting is how they each profile and how that profile works together. That, of course, is the work that then overlaps with the Treasury Management team, where we're fortunate in having very experienced officers in Alan Sanford, who I hope will be joining us today, and Anton Sweet. And that's the difference probably within what Somerset Council and how district councils worked, where the 151 officers also did the Treasury Management function. So I think pulling together as one council, working on those profilings side by side, when we get to the Treasury Management report, I'll be saying how important that work is going to be, and where I remember you and I have always been the two who've asked questions about Treasury Management because we find it really interesting. I'd say that everyone needs to find it really interesting now, because without good Treasury Management, we will find life considerably more difficult. I hope that helps, Chair.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll put the question in writing, Chair, because I'm not really getting there, but I'll do that happily. Thank you.
Okay, we have full confidence, and I thought that I'd made that clear, but there we go. Okay, any other questions from members? I can see another hand up. Is that Sue Osborne? Sue, hello, Sue. Councillor Osborne, you have your hand up. Would you like to ask a question?
Yes, you are correct. I have my hand up. It was basically a question about the Yeovil refresh, because I noticed that the other government things like future high street funding, town deals, were listed out in the capital reports, but there was no line there for the future high street funding, which in total was something like 9 million towards the Yeovil refresh. And I recall that because there were issues with it in delivering the project in the original form, that South Somerset put aside about between £4 and £5 million to repay DLUC in this case, because the project had to be started by 2024, by the new financial year in 2024. So I was aware, and it'll been going on for 12 months now, there were talks between what was then SSDC and DLUC about maybe altering the terms of the scheme to an alternative. And I was wondering, what was the outcome of those talks? Are we still having to repay that money? And also, can you confirm what changes are likely to be made to the Yeovil refresh or the future high street funding project as a result of any changes made? Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And Councillor Roswyk is going to pick that up, I believe.
Thank you. The Yeovil refresh is in progress. I'm not sure why it's not on that table. I will go and ask. We have been having discussions with DLUC, as other councils across the country, around the end date for some of the spending, and they have formally given extensions to ensure the spending. I think many of us know there has been considerable pressure on construction, both in terms of timescale and also in terms of materials, and this is reflected in the delays in some places. So we're not paying any money back, most definitely not, and we are moving forward on the project. What we have done, and we have briefed members on this in the past is that we are looking again at some of the elements to make sure that we do work within the overall budget, because there is no additional monies, but we are intending to spend the 9 point, and forgive me, is it 0.2 or 0.6? But whatever the case is, that money will be spent.
Thanks. So if I might just direct you to page 100 and page 108, we're seeing the oval road refresh. I'm seeing it on both of those pages, mentioned in the tables there. I wonder whether you might have missed it.
With so much financial information coming through, it's a possibility. But which I'm sure we're all human, Chairman. But it would be helpful to know how that, what changes are going to be made to that programme, and when we will have that information.
Okay, is anyone able to pick that up at this stage, or should we defer it a later, more detail at a later stage?
The oval refresh, as I said, we have already given some briefings, and we will do some more, and I'm quite happy to take something outside. But this is an ongoing project working within the financial constraints of the overall budget.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm aware that it is the subject of public comment, and members are very interested in the progress of that. So a member briefing might well be in order. Would that help, Sue?
Yes, I think it would. Thank you. And a member briefing would be very helpful, so everyone gets the same information at the same time.
Thanks, Sue.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands online or in the room. So if we can move to the recommendation, the executive is recommended to note the revised capital forecast spend for 23-24 of 224 million and the key risks, future issues detailed in the reports. Can I see proposed, Councillor Lysholm, seconded Councillor Philip. Those in favour, those against, that's clearly carried. Thank you. So item 8 is the 2030. I was going to say this is 2033 in my agenda papers, and I was just slightly nervous that we've gone through some sort of time warp as we come to Shepton Mallet, but I'm assuming that's 2023-24 housing revenue account, capital and revenue budget monitoring report, quarter 2. So it's Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts to introduce Fed.
Good morning, Bill, and good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to bring forward the quarter 2 monitoring report for the HRA to today's meeting. Just as a reminder to everyone in the way that their HRA works, it was previously the social housing stock that was in Somerset West and Taunton and Sedgemoor areas, so in the north and the west of the county. It sits completely separate outside the general fund. And the way I like to explain it is that it's our tenants' money that we're using to provide housing and care for those who live in those properties. In bringing forward this report today, you can see in 1.2 in the executive summary that we do forecast an overspend of £2 million at the moment when we're looking at that budget. That particularly is based around the demands that we are seeing in relation to maintenance needs of our tenants. These are people's homes. We are regulated to keep them up to a high standard, and we're seeing an increased demand in relation to those requests alongside voids, which is when people leave our properties, and handing them over to the next tenant. So that is causing a pressure both in the number of requests coming forward, but obviously the cost of repairing. As we're seeing in the rest of the economy, things are increasing. there are some positives that I just wanted to bring to people's attention today, just about the work that we do both through Homes in Sedgemoor and through the in-house account. I think Theo attended the Sydenham Garages site to open that recently. That's 14 properties that have been bringing back into use to provide homes for individuals. And recently, myself, Bill, Councillor Fran Smith and Tom Deacon went to the opening of the North Taunton Woolward Way project phase A, and it was emotional, and I'm not embarrassed to say I got emotional opening those properties, in the fact that to see the life-changing work that we do when we operate an HRA, and the way that we can change people's lives. And if I was thinking just with my financial hat on rather than just my community emotional head on, the way that we can now look to move forward and support adult and children's services with some of the more complex cases and providing homes that are suitable for people's lives was phenomenal in the work that we do there. That comes through partnership working and the incredible work of all of the team that sit under Chris and Chris Brown and Kerry doing the finances, but those in North Taunton through Jane and that programme. It was a huge piece of work and a very tears in my eyes when I opened that, because it's a change that we make as a council and it brings it back to life as to what we can achieve when we all work together, and also go after grant funding from Homes England. But over to today's report. If there are any questions, please do bring them forward. I'll look to answer them. I've got Chris here and also Kerry online for any technical questions.
Thank you very much. Chris, did you want to come in first?
Yeah, thank you. It's just a point that at the publication of the reports for this agenda, we hadn't been to scrutiny. We have now been to scrutiny. So that meeting happened yesterday. So I just wanted to provide a couple of updates in terms of that meeting, if I may. So one of which was that the chair was asking about the financial position and the HRA specific reserves. So Kerry, who's on the call today, was able to update the committee yesterday to reference them back to the February 23 report, where the position, which is based on a whole range of assumptions, but that suggests that the reserves for the HRA would fall below the minimum balances by year 8 of the business plan. So that would be 29/30, and we'll provide updated data on that in the February 24 report. So it's constantly under review, but there is a point at which the HRA business plan reserves would fall below minimum balances. There's a whole range of activity that contributes towards that. So there's a range of assumptions as well, certainly around our capital programme and the level of borrowing. So there are assumptions built in, but there are also different levers we can pull to help manage the capital programme within the HRA, and then therefore it's good to see that prediction. We're not there yet. There are a range of things we can do to prevent that cliff edge. The chair also asked about whether HRA capital work could be undertaken across the county and in areas that are not traditional landlord areas from the previous authorities, i.e. can we build council housing stock under this authority name in areas where the landlord function didn't previously exist? And the simple answer is yes, and that we have actually got some experience of doing that in the past. So the HRA isn't limited to the ex-landlord function areas. It can be used in terms of capital build programme across the whole of Somerset as required and as is financially viable. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Indeed, and my recollection is that's precisely what Somerset West and Taunton did after the merger between Taunton Deane and West Somerset councils, with building council houses at Seaward Way and Minehead. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that project. And thanks for referencing the North Taunton Woolward Way project. You're absolutely right. Really impressed at what I saw there in terms of how the housing was future-proofed against future needs for the tenants that are moving in there. And new tenants in the future as well, in terms of making sure that the properties could accommodate, for example, lifts or hoists for washing for hygiene facilities. So having that built in will mean that that we expect our residents to be able to live independent lives in those properties in the future. So really important project, and I'm so proud that we've managed to land that, and thank you for all your hard work and all the officer team for their hard work on that project. Really appreciated. Just looking around the room for any comments or questions from league members or associates. Councillor Darch. Hi, Dixie.
Thank you, Chair. So I attended the Homes in Sedgemoor
open evening recently, and that was really interesting for me to see an alternative model to that which we had in Somerset West and Taunton. And I was particularly interested in the work they're doing around retrofit. I see that on page 128 of this report, 8.10, it talks about both organisations have been successful at being awarded grants for low carbon works, and combined bids and programmes will be encouraged. So this might be a question for you, Chris Hall. Do you think bringing those two models together might kind of increase our chances for grant funding for decarbonisation works if we kind of work together rather than separately?
So we absolutely are working together in terms of ensuring that we have one voice for Somerset in terms of any of those grants that we can achieve from government. I think we've already been quite clear that the current dual landlord model has duplication built into it. We need to go through a series of consultation, public and specifically with tenants, around what the future landlord model looks like, and that will take a bit of time, but there is some opportunity for the HRA to become more efficient and financially efficient, which again lends us to that kind of cliff edge point in 8 years' time. So there is work to be done around the future model. We accept all of that, but there is, in the way that we operate currently, we're able to work together, and the two teams are working very well together.
Thank you. Just to say, it was a really positive evening, actually, the Homes in Sedgemoor. You know, they are doing great stuff, and that was really interesting, and to meet the staff working there. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Dixie. Just looking around for any other lead members or associate lead members who wish to comment. Any other members from around the room or online? And we've got Mandy. Hi, Mandy.
Thank you, and thank you for the paper. It's really good for me, certainly. This is an area I don't know a lot about, so the more detail in the paper, the better for me. So thanks for the work on that. And I too very much welcome the homes in Seawood Way that are progressing. Would love a local councillors update if we can have one, because we're getting asked questions about it. That would be really welcome. My question really is around, we've had a couple of key decisions come through for spends within the HRA, and I think from memory for kitchens. I'm just trying to fit together how that fits with the budget. So was that on top of budget? Was it more than you expected? So that's why key decision came forward. I'm just trying to figure out why those came forward sort of separately. And excuse the question, but this is a new area, so hopefully you can help with that.
I'm interested to know the answer as well, so we'll hand over to Chris.
So no, all of those key decisions are within budget. They are key decisions because of the level of the contract. So they are high value contracts, and that's why they require a key decision, all within budget.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that's reassuring, and thanks for the answer. Okay, not seeing any other questions in the room. So moving to the recommendation, the executive is recommended to note the HRA's forecast financial performance and projected reserves position 23-24 financial year as at the 30th of September 23, including key risks and future issues and opportunities detailed in the report, which will be closely monitored and updated throughout the year, and to note the forecast outturn position of the capital programme. Can I see a proposer for that? Councillor Smith-Roberts. Can I see a seconder? Councillor Munt. Those in favour, please. Those against, that's clearly carried. And we move on to item 9, which is the Corporate Performance Management Report, Q2, 23-24. And once again, Liz Lyshon to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very quick, and I'm very pleased. I think I see Sarah Cretney online, and I'm very pleased to see her. If her camera works, it'll be even better. This is another strand in the work, of course, performance reporting. And as the council has come together as the One Somerset Council, performance reporting has been brought forward from all of the 5 councils amalgamated into one report here, but that will continue to evolve and develop and improve as we go through the quarters. So I don't know if you're there, Sarah. I can't actually see you, but I hope I can hear you. And I'd like to you, if I may, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't know why my camera is not working. It is just showing as a black box for me as well. I've tried switching it off and on again. That's the challenge, isn't it, of remote calling into these things. I will go ahead anyway if everyone can hear me okay. What you have in front of you is a performance report for Q2 of this financial year, which covers a set of key operational indicators across the council. As you know, this is part of interim arrangements that are in place as we move towards combining the council's performance data together. We are increasing the number of operational indicators each quarter and the number that have RAG rating, a red, amber, green rating against it. Important to note that alongside this, we are developing a new corporate performance framework, which is much more comprehensive and which will bring together performance information and insight across a much broader range of important areas. So, for example, alongside the operational indicators, having some strategic performance measures, which will relate to council plan as well as those more detailed. Looking at strategic risks and opportunities, our organisational, what I'm calling our organisational health data, which looks at workforce, looks at assurance and compliance, comparison data with other local authorities and how we use our resources and assets. So that's underway. The development of that is underway at the moment. What I'll do is I'll just give a summary overview of the report, and exec directors are on hand to respond to any particular questions in their field. What you'll see in the overall report is that there are 110 indicators. Table 1 on page 2 sets out a summary with also the changes from Q1 to Q2. This is complicated at the moment because the number of indicators, those KPIs are increasing, and also those RAG rating are increasing. But what you should see in there is that overall kind of direction of travel. What we have got across from Q1 to Q2 is we have had a number, the overall number of red indicators that are increased, and there are some what you'll see in the appendix is the detail in those areas.
Okay, thank you, Liz. Thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions from lead members or associate lead members, please? Not seeing any questions in the room. Councillor Fothergill. Hello, David.
Thank you, Chair. So I have two questions, if I may. The first one is, and I'm looking at the appendix. I'm looking at page 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. And I wonder why the tolerances are all listed as to be confirmed. So that's my first question. Why do we have so many tolerances to be confirmed across 4 pages? But more specifically, there's one here which is really hidden away, which I think is worth just highlighting, and I'd like to understand what action is being taken. And that is on page 16 of the 25-page report. And it indicates that 6% of homes do not meet the decent home standard. So whilst I applaud the money that's been spent on building new homes and new houses, I'd like to understand what steps are being taken for those people that live in those 6%, which is actually quite a lot, I believe. What are we doing to get their homes up to a decent standard? Because it doesn't seem to have seen any movement over the course of the last year, and I suspect for a lot longer since.
Okay, Sarah, are you able to pick up the TBC question first?
Yeah, so in terms of the tolerance levels, so that's one of the areas in which we're looking to develop further. It may be that Claire can give more detail on the individual indicators, but as we've been pulling together the performance reports, we've been looking at how we can review the targets and the tolerance and the RAG ratings to have that information. But I don't know whether Claire can provide some more information if she's in the room.
Claire, I know you've got one or two issues at the moment. Are you online to be able to pick that up?
Yes, I am. I haven't got the specific information in front of me, but in terms of tolerances, we're probably waiting for the national data to come out. So there's national data around education that has just come out in November, and then there will be further national data that comes out in, I think it's about March, in relation to some of the social care duties. So the purpose of that will be to make sure that we've got the national averages and national indicators to give us our correct tolerance ratings.
Okay, and the question on the Decent Home Standard, Chris, are you able to take that one?
Yeah, thank you. So at any given point in time, there will be properties under our control that don't meet the Decent Home Standard, because the Decent Home Standard is based, amongst other things, on life cycle of components, so the replacement of kitchens and bathrooms, as well as a whole range of other components. So there is a perpetual churn of those properties that are required to have upgrades, usually sat within the capital programme. So we have a 4% tolerance built in to allow for that and allow for the timing of those contracts. What we are seeing is that there's a bit of a hangover from COVID, but it hasn't completely stopped, is that we weren't able to enter people's homes for a long period of time. So there is a backlog of the capital works. We would enter their homes for emergency repairs, for gas safety inspections, electrical testing, etc. But we did pause a range of our capital programmes. So there is a slight backlog in terms of those capital schemes. And we still do have a range of customers, tenants, who don't want us in their homes, and it is at their discretion. So their home might not meet the Decent Home Standard based upon life cycle, but they do not have to let us in to undertake those repairs. So whether the 4% tolerance is right in the current context, we'll need to review, but those are the causes of it.
Okay, can I just ask a follow-up to David's question, which is, I appreciate the COVID explanation, but we are going to reach a point where we should have caught up. Do we have any visibility on when we might caught up on those properties which we had difficulty accessing during the COVID emergency?
I have to go away and get some extra information, but we are still governed by people letting us in, and we have seen a spike in people who will not let us into their property for routine maintenance. But I'll get you some more information, Chair.
It was meant to be helpful. If I
we did. That's the question. It's meant to ask a follow-up, and then I thought David wants to ask. I'll defer to Councillor Fothergill.
I've got no idea whether 6% is good or bad. I mean, it looks bad because it sounds bad if you live in one of those 300 houses, but I'm not sure. Is there any national benchmarking we can look at, Chris, just so we can see whether Somerset is an outlier here or whether it is a trend nationally? That would be really helpful.
I'll happily include that in my response, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. As a ward councillor in an area with housing stock, it is you come across the individual cases and you fully appreciate why some residents do not want tradesmen in their house doing work if they've got medical vulnerabilities, and that is understandable. But at the same time, we do need to be able to get as many of our residents into decent homes as we can. So I appreciate a fuller response on that in due course. Hello, Mandy.
Hello again, Chair, thank you. Question really around page 5, which is around school attendance. It's really good that a couple of the areas have improved, but it's still well below what we would like it to be. And we all know that every percentage absence you have, affects children, especially in that secondary attendance when it comes to exam results. Again, similar question, is this a sort of national trend? Is it that the target is too high and perhaps COVID has affected it? I'm just trying to figure out whether it's a Somerset challenge or whether it's more widespread, and if it really is a challenge elsewhere, I guess, is that budget the right one? Thank you. Budget. I don't mean budget. I've got budget on the brain. Is that percentage correct and achievable? Thank you.
Believe me, we've all got budget on the brain at the moment. Councillor Munt.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your question, Mandy. I think this is a national challenge. There's the numbers of children who are out of school for all sorts of different reasons are going up. And I think, I'm very happy to talk to you in a bit more detail, or to give you a bit of a briefing about that in the detail. But yes, certainly Somerset has got some greater challenges. Part of that is we're challenged with school places in certain places, certain locations. And the right sort of school places in different locations in Somerset, something that we're required to provide, but don't have the powers to influence in all cases. So I don't know whether Claire would want to add anything to that. Can I ask Claire if she?
Yeah, I can add to that. So thanks for the question. There is a national decline in school attendance post-COVID. Somerset is part of that. We are struggling to bring that back up to the level it should be. I think the proportion that you can see there in terms of where it should be is what the national average was in 21-22. The new data has just come through, as I said, in November, which needs to be added to this report. There is a lot of activity locally and nationally to try and bring up those school attendance levels. It is difficult. We have almost a cohort of children now who have not been in school for some time post-COVID. There's a lot of anxiety-based school avoidance, effectively, which we're needing to work through, and schools are having to work through, which is a national problem as well. So there is a lot of activity in relation to that. The chief executives of the multi-academy trusts, who now meet on a monthly basis, have a specific task in terms of trying to pull together a programme to improve school attendance, because it's largely in the secondary sector, and most of our secondary schools are academised, and we're obviously linking our secondary schools into that as well. But it's going to be slow progress because it's not something that could be fixed overnight. There's lots of work going on around it, as I say, particularly in the Education for Life strategy, looking at how people are doing it well in other parts of the country in terms of bringing that back up and trying to learn from that to improve those school attendance for our children.
Thank you so much. I'm really heartened to hear that, because it's a real worry, and I think compounded with the loss of learning for many during COVID, it's quite difficult to gain that time back. So pleased they're doing something, and I hope that we see an improvement in future quarters. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mandy. Anything else on the performance reports? So which brings us to the recommendation. The executive are asked to endorse corporate performance management report Q2 23-24. The executive are also asked to consider whether the proposed actions are adequate and appropriate to address concerns and improve performance to the desired level, and the content level of detail provided in the format of the reports, and make any recommendations for improvements. I think we've had 2 or 3 comments that have just been made, Sarah, but most of those are, I think, in train anyway. So I think we're happy with that. So just looking for a proposer for that. Councillor Lyshawn, a seconder, Councillor Philip. All those in favour? All those against? That's clearly carried. Which brings us on to item 10, which is the annual Treasury mid-year report 23-24, and Councillor Lyshawn.
Thank you. We have already referenced Treasury Management. I'm hoping at this moment that Alan Sanford is online. The recommendation is that Executive approves the report as being in compliance with the SIPFA Code of Practice for Treasury Management, and recommends it to full council at the next available meeting. So I'm presuming that will be our 20th of December meeting. And as I've said earlier in this meeting, Treasury Management is going to be hugely important to this council, as our borrowing and our investments will be critical to the vision for a sustainable Somerset Council. So if I may, Chair, I'll hand over to Alan Sanford and hope he's able to pick this up online. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Alan Sanford, Principal Investment Officer here. Just to give a little bit of external context, during the period, the UK bank rate rose 3 times from 4.25 to 5.25. And along with that, investment and borrowing rates also continued to rise. 10-year borrowing costs from the PWLB rose from 4.53% to 5.46%. A very quick summary of what's been happening over the 6 months. Our investment balances have reduced significantly by about 114 million in total. We've paid off a lot of short-term debt, which was taken on when the 5 councils merged. And we will be having to refinance that because the figure of cash of 183 million that we had at the 30th of September included 84 million of external cash held for external bodies, and a majority of this has now been repaid to NHS Somerset. So we will need to do some more borrowing in the second half of the financial year.
Okay, thank you. Jason Vaughan, would you like to come in?
Yeah, just members might wonder why you've got such a exciting report in front of you in terms of treasury management. Just in terms of the background, over a decade or so, some of you might remember the Icelandic banking crisis, where lots of local authorities invested in Icelandic banks, and there was a concern they wouldn't get their money back. Actually, the majority of them did get their money back. But what it showed is that local authorities actually were doing quite a lot of investments and their members didn't know a lot about it. So that's why this is before you today, and then goes on to full council. It's about the governance of the council and being absolutely open and transparent about, because these are big numbers when you look at them, hundreds of millions of pounds what we're doing. So just a bit of background as to why that's coming before you today.
Thank you, Jason. Anything from lead members or associate lead members in the room? We're online, not seeing anything. And any members in the room? And Mandy.
Gosh, thank you. Sorry, it's me and you today, Chair. So anyway, thank you, Anton. Lovely reading as normal. And as Councillor Lation's already said, we both enjoy reading this report. But just a quick question. Within the report, we have paid off some short-term debt from sort of intra-unitary loans, for example. I'm just wondering why we didn't go straight out and borrow immediately, and sort of whether you've held off perhaps because you think the rates are going to drop a little bit. I'm just wondering why one wasn't matched with the other in Treasury terms. Thank you.
Just Alan, are you taking that one?
Yes, I'll take that, Chair. Well, basically because we didn't need to, we were fairly cash rich at the beginning of the year. And why pay more interest than you need to throughout the year? As I say, we've paid back a lot of cash that was held for external bodies, the NHS Somerset being the key one. So we've had that money right up until recently. We also did expect rates to top out by now and then to be looking to be going down. So if we had taken 1 year money back in April or May when we had paid a lot of these loans off, it would have been a lot higher than it is now. 1 year money is a lot cheaper because the curve in the yield in 1 year's time is reduced, and hopefully will be in a couple of months' time still. So if we can hold off borrowing, we save the cost immediately, and we hopefully get better rates down the line.
Thank you. That swings and roundabouts. Interest rates are high, borrowing rates are high. So, but thank you. Thanks for the work you and your team do.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else, so we're moving on to recommendation for item 10, which is the executive is recommended to agree the report as being in compliance with the CIPFA Code of Practice for Treasury Management and recommends it to full council at the next available meeting. proposed. Councillor Lyshawn, seconded Councillor Wyke. All those in favour? All those against? That's clearly carried. Which moves us on to item 11, which is the 2024 General Fund Revenue Budget and Capital Programme update. And I did say we would take our public questions at this point. And I believe our first one is from David Redgewell. David, are you with us?
Yes, Chair, if you can hear me.
I can hear you, and I've had a shake of the head from in the room as well. So
as long as people can hear me, do excuse me.
No, I can see you now. Excellent, we can hear you. Please,
you can hear me.
Please go ahead. You have your 3 minutes, give or take.
Yeah, thank you. Put my camera on as well. Yeah, it's just to say, so there's three elements of this. First was to ask what lobbying the new Somerset Council's done at a regional level on the financial settlements, which are pretty poor, but with Western Powerhouse for the Southwest Councils and with the MPs, I also note Devon and Cornwall in a similar situation, as is Bristol City Council. So I wonder what was being done collectively. That's my first question. And my second question is about assets of the county council that are public transport orientated. That's everything from the bus stations, of which there's about 11 owned by the county council, sorry, this is Somerset Council, which have been transferred from the 5 districts, and also bus shelters. Now, I was involved years ago with Tessa Munt with Mendip Council, and we owned all those bus shelters in Mendip. I think they're now property of Somerset. So if we were to sort of partition them into various contracts with, say, Wells City Council, Shepton, Frome, these just examples, Glastonbury Strait, it would then work out how we deal with the rural shelters as well, in the rural parishes like St Cuthbert's Without and places like that, and a similar situation would exist in South Somerset. So I think we need some conformity of service. So we'd like service level agreements with the parish, town and city councils to manage the properties. I wouldn't like to see these assets suddenly transferred, because the other thing is the Somerset Council, as the transportation authority, is the one that the Department for Transport will fund through grant and block grants and BSIPs and railway money, not to the level 1 councils. So that's an issue we have of concern. And I think it just needs to be worked through in detail between the legal teams at the various councils. We'd also ask you to work with Baines, Dorset, North Somerset, which I'm very grateful for the 126. Thank you, Mike. Now coming back on the 2nd of January, it's a big win with North Somerset and Wecker and Somerset working together. But there's similar. That's a good example of how we could work cross-border with the West of England Mayor, with North Somerset and Baines, and then of course with Dorset and Wiltshire to make sure we maintain those bus services. I think with local parish councils, we've set a good example with the 67 in Wales and Burnham-on-Sea through Wedmore and Wookey, where we put together a rescue package with David Fothergill's team previously. So I think there is definitely some ideas working with the parishes to fund bus services. They're not capped in the way the statutory local authority in the form of Somerset is, and also would encourage urgent talks with Baines and North Somerset, Dorset and Wecker in particular, together as a council area, as a county. So it is that, and hopefully we can maintain these bus services, because a lot of people are very concerned to maintain the network. I mean, this is access to employment, jobs, skills, healthcare, food shopping, and the basics in society. So we need to maintain them at all costs.
Thank you.
But I also think we should be talking about carpet. Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you very much.
You've gone significantly over your 3 minutes, and thank you for your questions.
Thank you for your help at the same time.
Yeah, no, do appreciate it. I'll take the first point about working together with partners to lobby government. You may have seen today there's been a public letter produced by my colleagues in the County Council network, which is signed by, I believe, 33 council leaders, 26 Conservative, 4 Lib Dem, 2 Labour, 1 Independent, if that matters. And it's very clear that it describes the financial situation as dire, and comments on the disappointment with the autumn statements, and it's very clear that failure to provide additional funding will mean some particularly, in other words, painful reductions in frontline services, and I think it just goes to underline the national nature of this situation. That lobbying continues also through the Local Government Association, and there's some very good material that they have used to lobby government with. In terms of regional Southwest councils, as soon as Simon Hall was appointed as the minister, I think the day after he was appointed as minister, he spoke with Southwest councils leaders, and I did find him to be fully in listening mode and wanting to be as supportive as he could be as well. In terms of our members of parliament, you may be aware that my colleague Sarah Dyke has spoken in Parliament on a Westminster Hall debate that was initiated by member for North Dorset, Chris Loader. Thank you. Sorry, my encyclopedia of MPs' names is at home. Initiated by Chris Loader, and that's a really good point made by MPs from all parties in that one. I know Sarah's also asked questions of Simon Hoare in the House. Certainly Ian Littlegrange has been was on the phone pretty quickly, and has met with myself, Duncan, Jason and Liz to run through what is our position and our thinking and our thoughts of how we might move forwards. And he's undertaken to be very supportive of us, and I do thank him for that. Two of our other MPs have ministerial duties, Rebecca Powell and James Heapy. We are trying to find diary dates, and both of them have agreed to meet and work with us. And the invitation remains open for the remaining MP to work with us as and when they choose to do so. And I am grateful for those MPs' support from all parties. I think the second point, is Councillor Rigby responding.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks very much, Mr. Redgewell, for your thought-provoking suggestions and questions. Taking both of them together, if I may, the Council is in discussions with our city, town and parish councils regarding asset and service devolution. At this point, the devolution of Somerset Council's statutory duties as a transport authority has not been put forward as an option beyond any existing local arrangements of service funding. We're happy to consider the further devolution of the ownership and maintenance of bus shelters to town and parish councils if this is something that is of interest to them and their communities. In terms of the support to routes that may be under pressure as a result of reductions in the council's operating budget, as part of our ongoing work to engage with city, town and parish councils, we will be open to discussion about how the impacts could be mitigated through working closely with our local council partners. The same principle applies to working with partners across the region where there is benefit to Somerset in doing so.
Thank you, Mike. We've also received a late question, but I think it was late because of an administrative error from Susanna Clements, I believe is in the room. I think the answer we've just heard probably applies to the question you've got, but please ask your question. The public speaker's microphone should be there, and there should be a mic button that if you press should turn green.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for letting me speak. Yeah, sorry about the mix-up. I'm representing bus users through the Somerset Bus Partnership. And really, it is following. Thank you so much for what we've heard. Really useful. It's really to plead that the county retains the overall control and the funding of the buses. Because it's so essential, as Dave said, buses actually help us to school, to healthcare, to family life. and so forth. They're really, really important. And also, obviously, for the climate, with all that we're suffering now, it's the most efficient way of using our roads. And we're working really hard to get more people to use buses. Yeah, obviously, it's much easier. The national funding, according to what I've got here, you can't really come through unless it's funded by the county. So it's really important the county retains that. Also, it's so complicated organising these agreements on a very, very local level. It's much better if those are done county-wide. And the third point is that at the moment, the Somerset Council is one of our buses are one of the least funded by counties. So we've really got to address that. And obviously one way, as we said, is by getting more national funding, which can be got more easily if the county is doing it. So yeah, thinking about our community, our roads and our environment and what we're suffering now with the weather, buses are really important. We've got to actually get them better, not reduce them. So anything that the county can do. Thank you so much, Mike, for what you've said. That's really encouraging. Okay, hopefully you will receive this in writing. You should have had it before. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yeah, and so apologies, there was a mix-up with that. And I think Mike's answer responds to the questions that you've asked. So if we can get that sent to you as an answer to yours, I hope that will suffice. But if you require anything more, please do get back in touch with Mike, and he'll be fantastic in supporting you, I'm sure. Councillor Rigby, did you want to come back with additional comments?
I'm just going to add very briefly to that, Chair, if I may, to say thank you very much for all of that support there in those questions and comments. I met yesterday with the Managing Director of First South to look at what more we can do. And I would probably say that since being appointed to this role about 18 months ago, I probably, more than any other issue, spent more time on buses trying to get that right, because it wasn't in great shape. It's in much better shape now. Last week, we were down to just about 1% of missing miles, which is a key indicator of reliability. And it was also pleasing to hear from First that we've got over double the post-COVID rebound in bus use of the national average. So we've done really well in Somerset. There's a lot more to do, but we're running well ahead of the national average in terms of post-COVID rebound. And part of that, the managing directors put to me were the main reasons for that were the fact that we've got the BSIP funding focused in one particular geographical area, which he thinks is almost unique in England and has really helped in this regard. But also the Bus It campaign, where we've actually, for the first time in a very long time, been pushing buses ourselves through our own marketing and communications channels. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, when you say we're pushing buses, I appreciate that might be reducing the carbon emission. However, I don't believe that we're doing that in the way that you might suggest.
I'm trying to get fitter, but that may be a bit beyond me.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next, we have a set of questions from Helen Eccles, Neil Guild, Alison Hahn, Tom Kennedy, Max Hughes, Leicester, and Paul Windsor. I had understood that Ian Glover was going to composite those into one question for us and one response. We're not seeing him online or in the room, or any of the other that's named. Could I ask David, as monitoring officer, to read out those questions, please?
Of course, thank you, Chair. So 5 questions have been amalgamated into a single question now. So if I read it out on their behalf. With reference to item 11, 24-25 General Fund Revenue Budget and Capital Programme Update, paragraph 20, how can you guarantee that there are no direct community safety, social value, health and well-being, climate change and sustainability or specific qualities implications arising from this report, given that there is a proposal to save £87 million and make significant reductions to the workforce by the end of Q2 24-25?
Thank you, and I believe it is Elisha responding.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a collective response, and I thank every one of the named questioners for their interest and their concern regarding the budget setting process. We appreciate all of your involvement and the feedback that you have given us so far, and that I'm sure you will continue to give us. We would like to reassure you all that in setting the budget, we will consider all relevant impacts and conduct robust assessments for each budget proposal using a range of evidence and data sources, as well as consultation and engagement with stakeholders and communities where relevant. We welcome any further engagement in the budget setting process from all of those who put in questions, and of course they will be representing very, very many more members of the One Somerset Council team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And our next question is Robin Horton. Mr. Horton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Robin Horton, I'm here today speaking a member of the public. Yesterday, you'll have seen the sort of gist of my question, but coincidentally yesterday, Shepton Mallet Town Council, for the first time ever, had a public engagement session for their budget setting process, which was a fantastic initiative. And there was lively discussion, and it was a great evening. And what came out of it was obviously a lot of discussion about devolution of services. Now, I attended the pre-vesting day and LGR sessions that were held down in Yeovil, where we talked about the pilot devolution of services in Bridgewater and the devolution of the asset. And I think the conclusion that the council came to at the time was that it was far too complicated and that they weren't going to do any more of it. And it seems slightly ironic that now there's an extremely rapid rush to effectively achieve the same thing. Shepton Mallet Town Council wrote to the Somerset Council at least 12 months ago with a long list of services and assets that it would like to have devolved. There was a very productive meeting with the key members of the Somerset Council, which I think the Town Council found very useful, but nothing happened as a result of that meeting. And so still none of the services or assets were devolved. But of course now there's this massive push to do it. And I do wonder why it hasn't happened before. You know, why we've had to get into this situation where, you know, Shepton Mallet can't be alone in having wanted to have taken services and assets from the Somerset Council for a great many months, and probably from their predecessors. And there's been huge resistance. And I just wonder why now, you know, we've flipped the other way. And I think, you know, obviously, Shepton Mallet, I think, will probably take it gladly. You know, they'll willingly participate in the process. But they have been asking and asking and asking for months and months and months and months and months, and you've done nothing. And I think, you know, me as a member of the public would quite like to know why. I think the other thing that came out, and again, as a member of the public that came out yesterday, was they shared with us the fact that SALC met a few days ago, and that members of SALC were discussing town and parish council precept increases of over 100%. Over 100% increase in the precept. I mean, that is just astronomical. Shepton Mallet Town Council, for themselves, are proposing a 48% increase in their precept and budgeting for about £200,000 worth of assets that they'll take from Somerset. So I'm just wondering what you think about that. A precept increase of over 100%.
Thank you. And Councillor Thea Butt-Philip to respond.
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Horton. Whilst the asset and devolution framework is not on the agenda for this meeting, we are of course discussing the future of the council and how services might be delivered and assets managed. The draft asset and service devolution framework was discussed at yesterday's Corporate Resources Scrutiny Committee meeting, and additionally a link to that document was sent to all city, town and parish councils on Monday. Feedback from both the Scrutiny Committee and the local councils will help us to deliver the framework, which we are intending to bring back to the Executive in January. We continue to be in regular dialogue with the sector about the devolution opportunities. These include via our fortnightly Clerks working group, which last week was an extended devolution Q&A session. Officer attendance at Society of Local Council Clerks meetings to respond to questions is also a key factor. And on Saturday, the Leader of the Council, Deputy Leader Council and I attended Somerset Association of Local Councils AGM, where devolution was the main topic. Following the letter of the Leader of the Council to City, Town and Parish Councils in early November, officers are progressing the responses that we've had from City, Town and Parish Councils. We recognise that local councils are currently setting their budgets and will need to consider the level of precept that is appropriate to them. It is, in my view, not the most transparent thing to do to look purely at the percentage precept that any individual parish might increase. The reason for this is that we have in Somerset a number of councils that raise precepts of the equivalent of over £200 per Band D property. In fact, in one case, over £300. But we also have parishes that have precepts in the low single figures, £2 something, £3 something. So measuring the percentage increase really doesn't help when you look at that variance in figures. You have to look at the overall context on a parish by parish basis. Looking at Shepton Mallet Town Council in particular, officers are currently in conversation with the clerk about how to progress a variety of services and assets in which the Town Council has expressed an interest.
Okay, thank you very much. And the next question is from Nigel Bean. Nigel.
Thank you, Chair. It was only a brief point about Nottingham City Council, and notwithstanding the Robin Hood Energy matter with the 114 Event Horizon, and basically about capitalisation. Someone said the other day it's in effect kicking the can down the road. I mean, it's only a short-term measure, isn't it? But going back to what you mentioned earlier about the TCN and the LGA, I mean, what, 4 in 10 councils before the autumn statement is now 7 in 10 are unsure or not confident they can balance the budget. So I understand it's not just this council. A lot of councils are in trouble, and I think Dave Redwell mentioned about lobbying, and also DLUC published, didn't they, I think yesterday, an updated finance settlement policy statement, and it didn't really seem to add any more to the can, other than the statement we expect local authorities to make use of increase in income from unhypothecated sources. So it's more of a statement, and I'm sure I'll come back and ask a few more. Thanks.
Thank you, Nigel. Liz Lyson to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bean, for your questions and your observations, which are well made. I wrote an answer expecting you to ask this at the paper item 6. So I'll just refer briefly to the reserves and the appendix to this paper that we're on now, which is the reserves position, the amalgamated reserves position, the outturn reserves, which were listed under each of the 5 predecessor councils, was published, I think it was September, for the executive, with all the outturn papers. And the review of earmarked reserves has identified a further 36.8 million of reserves that can be repurposed to better support the budget in 24-25. We completely understand when everybody says the same thing, you can only spend reserves once. That is, of course, entirely correct. But we also need to point out, as you have, that local government maybe has never been in the situation that it is now, and how we use our reserves, how we protect our reserves particularly, is going to be incredibly important. When we look at council tax as a primary funding mechanism for social care. And this is something that I just can't leave alone at the moment, because I understand so much more now of why council tax is wholly inappropriate, because it depends on so many historical factors going back to 1974, as Councillor Fothergill explained to me many years ago, 1993 when council tax was set, what rates it's increased by each year, what the council tax base is, and I think we're going to get an update on the base for 24-25 soon. And Nottingham has been really interesting, because I've seen that on one of our graphs as the highest rate of council tax for the unitaries. And so then, like you, I look to see why there's a problem. And then I see that Nottingham has 80% of its properties in bands A and B. And I've spoken to Baroness Pinnock about her council in the north of London, where their average banding is under a B, somewhere between an A and a B. So one thing that I really want us to do when we've got time, and I don't know when that will be, is have a look at what a 1% increase in council tax is for each billing authority in the upper tier, because I think that will be extremely revealing in why council tax does not work as the primary funding mechanism for social care. We also refer in this paper, and this paper is what I'd call top of the bill today. This is a really important paper for the future of this council, and we will be taking a recommendation for executive to agree to formally ask government for a capitalisation direction. So I take your point about that could be seen as kicking the can down the road. I think those were the words you used. However, if we use the time and the monies under a capitalisation direction to properly transform Somerset Council into what I keep trying not to call as the new council, but that feels how it is, then we can fund that capitalisation direction one of two ways, or a combination, either borrowing, but we've already heard under the Treasury Management paper how much more it costs to borrow, what pressure that puts on our revenue budget, or by disposal of assets, where we have now, we've seen the devolution of assets to town, parish, city councils is a different policy. We saw that for the first time yesterday at scrutiny. We have agreed the policy for disposal of assets at the last executive meeting at Brimpton Way, and the policy and the strategy attached to that at full council. And we have agreed disposal of commercial investments. So we are doing all of this work at the same time. I have totally gone off the script that's been written to answer your question. We will send you the script, but I hope the things that I have added to it maybe give you more idea of the programme of work that lies ahead of us. And we will come to that now, I'm sure, Chair, where we will be pulling in all of our senior officers, including our Chief Executive, who are working on this now at quite some pace, because we are not far away from February budget setting. So I hope that's okay as an answer, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz, and thank you, Nigel, for your questions.
Thanks.
Thank you. So we move on to item 11 substantively, and I'd like to call on Councillor Liz Lishon to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief, because I think we need to leave adequate time to hear from our Chief Executive and Executive our 151 officer and other executive. Fill me in, what am I missing? What is the term? Other senior officers, you know what I mean. Executive directors is what I'm looking for. So this is an update paper. It's not a paper where we're taking decisions on any savings. We will have officers' proposals for savings. Members will take those decisions, but in February, at our full council budget setting. This paper before you today is a finance paper, but it's very unusual in that it includes within it work on the vision for the new Somerset Council. We need to be very careful at the moment because we have the One Somerset business case and the savings, particularly on staffing, where that is already baked into the budget we're working with already. We need to be extremely careful that we don't double account. We will all be a lot happier when we get a little bit further down the road with our external auditors. We're making remarkably good progress there compared with other councils across the country. And I thank all the officers who've done that work. I can understand why it's been such a massive task. We don't know as we sit here today whether inflation has peaked, whether the bank rate will stay the same, go down, at what scale. We do know we have the national living wage implications. We do know that we heard the autumn statement and were bitterly disappointed. We do know that there still lies ahead what Michael Gove has referred to as a potential box under the Christmas tree. It could be an empty box. It could be more hopeful. We have no idea. We heard at the recent CCN conference a presentation by Paul Johnson, who's director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies. And his presentation on the outlook for public finances was actually more than stark. There is in this paper clarification about how the council tax in Somerset compares with other councils in the southwest, and there may be some things in the future that will change that. The one thing that I have heard in recent weeks that would really make a difference would be if the government returned to funding council tax reduction scheme. And I think my colleague, Councillor Butt Philip, understands much more of the history of that than I do, so I will leave that to him. We need to make sure through the next months that we better join up the work of the resources scrutiny and audit through January, well, through December actually, because we have the additional audit meeting this month and then meetings in January and February, so that members better understand than they did last year that some of the papers for budget setting take a route through audit and most of them take a route through resources scrutiny. In the risks as well, we need to consider very carefully that our strategic risks are complete. So, Chair, if I may, I'll leave there and hand over to senior officers, and I don't know what order they'll take it in. I'll leave that to them. Thank you.
I'm not sure how we'll decide that, but I'll go to Jason first, as he's got such willing expression on his face.
Okay, thank you. So this paper is it's where we are currently in setting out the road ahead. I would describe it as a sort of position statement at this point in time. It was discussed at the Corporate and Resources Scrutiny Committee yesterday. They obviously play a key role, particularly in their meeting on the 1st of February, where they will review in detail the savings proposals. In terms of the current context and structural budget problems on pages 214 to 218 of the report, just to update that, and we've had reference to this today, the LGA is now forecasting 1 in 5 councils will issue a section 114 this or next year. And the County Council Network survey published today is saying that 90% of councils now feel they're in a worse position following the autumn statement, and 40% of councils are unsure or not confident at delivering a balanced budget, and that has now risen to 70% of those councils following the autumn statement. So quite a stark national picture. In terms of the forecast, on page 219, you have 3 tables, tables 1, 2 and 3, showing how the position has changed, and then how from last month we had a gap of 100 million, how that's reduced to 87 million pounds. We will continue to see those numbers change as we go through the process till we get to February Council. To give you an update as to one of the numbers changed yesterday was upon the tax base, something that full council has delegated me to set. So for the current year, our tax base is 205,674.09 Band D properties. For 24-25, that's increased to 208,000.96, an increase of 1.13% in the tax base. What that translates into, based on a council tax increase of 2.99% and adult social care precept of 2%, is an additional £2.2 million worth of council tax income that isn't in the paper in front of you today. So that's just an example of where things will change as we go through the next few months. In terms of the reserves, on page 277 in paragraphs 67 and 68, our focus has been on the last couple of months taking those 5 separate predecessor council statement of accounts and the individual reserves published within them, and also in the outturn report, bringing them together and rationalising them and seeing which of those we can repurpose. You'll see from the appendix, we have identified £36.8 million that we can do, have identified that we can repurpose to support the budget. There is further work to do. I don't think that work is complete. I would say that's 90% of the job. We will continue to refine and review that right up until February, with a view trying to free up even more reserves. In terms of DLUC on page 230, paragraph 83, previously reported that I wrote to DLUC end of September, setting out our position. I further updated them with the November report that comes to the executive and also the reports in front of you today. We've had 2 meetings to date with them, and we have now been assigned a key contact to take things forward. The recommendation before you today is to formally request a capitalisation direction for 24-25, so not the current year, but next year. That process takes a bit of time to actually do. Last night, about 5 o'clock, Michael Gove published the Local Government Finance Policy Statement that sets out what we can expect in the finance settlement. So it follows on from the autumn statement, gives a bit more detail. There are no surprises in it. There are no additional funds. There's no Christmas presents in it so far at all. So unfortunately, the funding is in line with what we're expecting. You will see a 6% increase in local government funding, of which half of that is funded by council tax increases. So actually the true funding is a below inflation increase for local government, not even dealing with demographics. That's why you're seeing the pressures up and down across the country. There was something else in there, though, around the exceptional financial support framework. As part of the process, the government will consider representations from councils over the council tax provisions. So we've seen with Croydon, Thurrock, etc., that they've been able to increase council tax above the referendum limits. So government will consider requests to do that from councils in exceptional financial support. So that's something, it is new, we haven't seen before. In terms of the November report, the gap across the 3 years totaled £183 million. The update in this report on page 230, paragraph 84, is that's reduced down to 144. So that's a £39 million change in the right direction, but still clearly a long way to go. I won't touch on the vision part of this report because I think the Chief Exec will cover that in a minute. In terms of the next steps on page 231, that sets out the sort of timetable we go through the budget process now, right up to full council. There is still an awful lot of activity to take place. And the final part, but really important part, is the last section on page 232, paragraph 92, around the risks and identifying all the corporate risks there. And you'll see there are quite a lot of red risks. That is the territory I'm afraid we're in at the moment. Happy to hand over to the Chief Exec who will know.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jason. So if I can draw people's attention to paragraph that starts on paragraph 69, which is about the vision for a sustainable Somerset Council. Clearly, that's the vision we've had. We're not talking about anything different from LGR. We've always been trying to build a sustainable council. I think the difference is, as we went through LGR, the business case that we're implementing, which is the one that was approved, we were planning effectively a 3-year process of moving to that sustainable council, bringing everything together, making sure we got the right people in the right place, we got everything brought together in a sustainable way. We're having to truncate that and compress it now. So realistically, what we're talking about is effectively moving to a new steady state by the end of next financial year. The reason for that obviously is driven by the financial position and the gaps that we're seeing, but we need to be quite careful. The question isn't just how do we balance the budget. If we can balance the budget in a way that means it's not worth having the council in the future, then we need to be honest and say that. So what we need to make sure we're doing at the same time is talking about how do we balance the budget, how do we allow give members options to allow you to take decisions in February that set a legal balanced budget. We also need to be very clear about what it is we're trying to build towards. It's not just about making savings, making cuts, changing the shape of the council. It's about making sure that once we've done that, we've actually still got a council that's delivering for local people the way we want it to. Now, we'd always had conversations about how do we improve localism, how do we devolve more power, more services, how do we actually get out of the way and let communities take forward what they want to do. We're just effectively advancing all of that, doing things a lot quicker. This is not going to be a fun process. The things that we talked about in terms of how we reshape the council over the next 3 years from vesting day, we're very much about using vacancies, about looking at direction of travel, about working with partners. We're going to have to compress all of that down to be able to do most of that next year to come up with a position for a council that allows members to set a balanced budget, not just in 23-24, sorry, in 24-25, but in 25-26 as well. So what we're laying out here are the headlines effectively for how we think that new council looks. Some of it you'll recognise from the 5 design principles we're working to as being driven by necessity. Small is not necessarily a word you would pick out of choice when you're talking about how you design a council, but it is required. But most of what's in there was actually already implicit in the business case and the LGR programme that we were already following. So talking about flexible and agile, talking about locally connected and inclusive, talking about data-driven, digitally enabled, all of those things are there. What we're having to do is advance them, bring them forward earlier, possibly in ways that we weren't expecting to do. And what we're not in the right place for is to have the resource available to do that at the same time easily as we're making large savings in the budget and we're changing the shape of the council. So we've got a fairly difficult programme to design now and land to enable us to get through that process. We flagged in here that we have as a council inherited issues from all 5 predecessor councils. I don't think that'll be a surprise to anyone. We've just looked at paper 6, which in paragraph 25 flags up some of those things. To a large degree, what we need to do is understand all of those issues and make sure we don't build them into the council going forward. They need to be dealt with and resolved. Once they're dealt with and resolved, we can move on with that. But it is worth flagging that there are no single issues that are driving the current position. There are lots of factors coming together at the same time, all overlaid by the national problems we've got economically and the lack of public sector funding. So the key thing I think I just want to pull out here is this vision will need work. We need to make sure this actually has some credibility, I suppose is a word. It's easy to write a vision and say this is what we're moving towards, this will be good. But if actually in delivering that, it doesn't deliver on the financial requirements of enabling members to balance budgets in future years, it doesn't deliver on the vision requirements of actually making Somerset sustainable and resilient, it doesn't deliver on the design requirements to enable us to be digitally enabled, it's not going to work. So the work we need to do over the next couple of months is at a very high level, effectively pull together what will become the strategy for delivery of that council for the future, but make sure it is grounded and financially sustainable to get us through the next budget setting in February and the budget setting after that. So what I would just say in conclusion, Leader, if we can't do that, if we can't build a council that's worth having for the people of Somerset, then we need to be going to government sooner rather than later and saying, actually, we can't do this within the current constraints. Building that council is going to mean fairly radical change. One of the things I'd observed as someone coming into Somerset with the new council has been that there were lots of things we've always done. And we still get lots of comments from people, oh, well, we've always done that, or we've always done that this way. We're going to have to challenge those preconceptions and concepts. We're going to have to be very clear, what is it we want to do in the future? What's the operating model? And like a lot of modern councils, that's going to be very much more about working with people to enable local communities and local people to do things for themselves.
and being very, very clear about things the council must do for people because they can't do it for themselves, and making sure we focus on that and we're really, really good at whatever we do. So this is still, I think, a really positive vision. It's just a mechanism we're going to have to move to at the time we've got to deliver it. And the way we're actually at the starting point now is not particularly helpful. If we can get through that, we can show members at the next iteration of this paper that there's some credibility to that. It stacks up both financially, but also in terms of strategically. Then what we'll be looking for in the February budget setting meeting for council, but also the executive meeting, is some endorsement of the principles more formally, and some of those specific things that we'll have to do to land it being actually in the paper, and members asking us to investigate those and deliver on them. So I'll stop at that point, Leader, but I'll have to take any questions.
Thank you. And thank you, Liz, Jason and Duncan, for your comments there. Am I seeing anything from lead members or associate lead members that they would like to question? I'd like to go to Ros Wyke first and then Federica Smith-Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would like to comment on two things separately. First of all, I very much welcome the Chief Exec's comments and the vision. I think that realism, reality of where we are and where the councils across the country, and that honesty and transparency, which is very much the mark of this administration, has been demonstrated here today in all the finance papers. And I do believe that there is a way forward, and I strongly believe that the people of Somerset are looking to us to deliver a new council, a new way of a local government. It's going to be a challenge for our officers and for members, and also for the public, because there is a setting of expectations as to what the council can and will do, both at a county-wide level and also, as we heard earlier from the leader of Shepton Town Council, what the town councils will do as well. So it's obviously the first part of a long journey, a painful journey, but I'm delighted to hear that, and I'll let others take it further. But just to say that I strongly support that we take up the challenge. I would like to make one comment on the 151 officers and presentation, and it's just a reminder to everyone that the growth in council tax base of just over 1% is actually quite modest, and it actually reflects the fact that we are in the middle of a phosphates issue in Somerset. We have 18,000 houses sitting, waiting to go, and those are the ones within the planning system at the moment, to say nothing of the ones which are being held and paused until we have clarity on that. So I would just say that I'm really disappointed in what the central government has been not doing, including resolving the phosphate issue and providing support. And I hope that in the weeks to come, we will hear positive noises about our bid for a phosphate trial project, which was well received at the pilot. But more to the point, we have a perfect maelstrom of issues, which makes Somerset in a very painful position. And I'm sorry to say that the very low council tax base is yet again something contributing to our woes. But on a positive note, I'm delighted to hear that we've got a potential way forward if people are prepared to support it.
Thank you, Ros, and now Fed.
Thank you, Chair. Again, like Ros, I support the trajectory that we're going on and all the work that is being done. I think that there are things that others can do for us. And I think you mentioned this, Bill, earlier on about all that we're doing following a public question to get our MPs to take notice of the challenges of lack of local government funding from central government and anything that they can do. So I hope that all of the Somerset MPs come forward to help rise to that challenge and to speak in Parliament to raise the challenges that we face, because they have a duty to the residents that they represent. For me, a question probably for Duncan is around our staff welfare. this is a challenging situation. I have got a second question on comms, but my first question is around our staff welfare. I want to recall that it's 5,000 people approximately that we employ, which is a huge proportion of Somerset residents, really, when you take it into account. And so my heart goes out to them, because whilst we sit here as members and make decisions, they're there facing uncertainty as we move forward on our journey. So I'd just like an update in relation to that as to how we're looking to support those. I think the second question that I'm minded to do, and I've seen this come forward through our social media channels, is just around how we continue to communicate to residents around, I think you called it in our vision, Duncan, the must services that we provide, and to educate the public around what a unitary council can do, and those at which we will need support in the voluntary and sector, and those of our city, town and parish councils. Though I think my caveat around that is, and again why we need MPs to step up and raise the voice of local government, is when is enough for residents to pay in relation to council tax? Because despite devolving it down to another layer, whether that's city, town and parishes, you are asking the same Somerset residents to pay for services. And the same with the voluntary sector. I was at a brilliant charity seminar earlier this week, and I want to recall that nationally, the voluntary sector has seen £2 billion worth of cuts to its funding. That's nationally. However, they're seeing those cuts, but the demands due to national issues and Brexit and everything else and the cost of living crisis, their demand is only increasing. So again, it's asking those to do more with less.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so in terms of staff welfare, it is a really tough time. I think there's an old joke, isn't it, about if you want to go somewhere, when you ask directions, someone says, I wouldn't start here. That is effectively where we are. We were probably about 4 or 5 months into the LGR restructuring process and the work that was around dealing with staff reductions there. Because don't forget, the original business case for the council was predicated by losing several hundred posts already. So we'd started that process. A number of layers of the organisation had gone through that process. When it became apparent the problem was significantly bigger than was envisaged in the LGR business case or the predecessor council's financial planning. So we have not got the organisation into a place where we're easily able to respond to that. So we've been doing a huge amount of comms with staff. I've just been penning a blog with colleagues for today, which goes out. The first thing it says is just apologise to everyone that the LGR work that we've been doing is so badly affected by the new financial emergency. And that does mean that we've got people who are still in temporary roles effectively, or in their original role, not their new substantive role, because we can't go ahead and do a lot of the LGR work we were going to do at the same time as doing the work we're going to have to do now for the financial crisis. We don't have the capacity in the organisation to run all of those multiple processes at the same time. The key thing I think I'd report back right now with a lot of staff about the process is they're just confused. Yeah, we are working at such a pace, getting messaging out through management structures is quite hard work. So we're doing a huge amount. Jason and I are going to go do some roadshows for staff. I think it's just after Christmas to really get into answering any questions directly. We're still doing staff Q&As both at the organisational level all the way through directorates. We're doing all sorts of different things trying to engage people. We are very much pushing the fact that we do have welfare arrangements and support for people available, and we're referring people to that. And we've actually got a bit of working group on that as well. So there's a huge amount we're trying to do, but I think the key thing for staff right now is they need the clarity of the plan. We're probably not going to be able to roll that out in a huge amount of detail until February because it's so intimately tied up in the budget setting and the robustness of that budget setting in February. So we're giving people all the indications we can as we develop things, as we get things agreed, such as the meeting today. I ran a session for all staff last week, just going through the report that you got before you that we're discussing now to make sure everyone's hearing that from us first and not hearing from other people. But until we can actually say to people, right, this is the structure, this is the role, we're always going to have that uncertainty. And unfortunately, I think that's probably going to be running through well into the middle of next year. Do you want to? I think I've covered the comms one internally, unless you want me to comment on external, but.
Sorry, I believe Councillor Smith-Roberts' question was around external comms as well as internal comms.
Yes, so apologies if I wasn't clear there. We've done some really good work starting to get that message out around the increase in bed costs and in adult services and the graphs and everything. That has, I think, helped trigger conversations to residents to understand exactly what a unitary council does, but it's just how we keep up that momentum so that we take residents on the journey with us and understand why we're making the decisions we are.
Thanks, thanks for that. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So just to cover a couple of points, really, we know that it's not just one simple message, and what we're trying to do is use a broad spectrum of engagement to make sure that there is an understanding of both the pressures that the authority is under, but also the broad work that we're now engaged in. And this ranges across the board. So, for example, my colleague Mel Locke was on Radio 4 this morning talking about the challenges and pressures that are in adult social care. That is all part of the same consistent message. We're also embarking on the development and issuing of our consultation report in order to enable members of the community, members of the public to engage in the consultation and the budget development proposals. Of course, we've got regular engagements with our colleagues in the VCSFE, service users, and of course with the town and parish council sector. And I guess the final piece is we continue to push the messaging through our social media channels and the like around the pressures that are there. We saw a massive amount of positive reaction to the use of things like infographics. Our budget is complicated. The processes and services we deliver are complicated. We need to break this down so that it enables people to engage and start to look under the bonnet of some of these issues. And we hope that we've started to address that by creating some really easy tools and indicators for people to start to look in. And we have seen that positive response, but we will continue to do so. This is not a once and done situation. We will need to maintain this, not only beyond budget setting, not only to budget setting, but for much further beyond, because there will be a considerable number of changes and developments. And I think we have the platform to do that now, but maintaining it is going to be a challenge.
Thanks, Alan. And the point on the voluntary sector, Duncan.
So I think on the voluntary sector, we can actually in Somerset say we have done a relatively good job so far. We have to a large degree protected what predecessor councils funded in the voluntary sector. There have been some changes, but some of those have been around scale as well, because voluntary sector partners have changed their shape to respond to our changes. It's obviously an executive decision and council decision what we do, but I think the officer corps are taking a very clear view. We understand how much our voluntary sector partners do. We signed a memorandum of understanding about how we work with them. We're trying to give long-term funding agreements. The money we give to the voluntary sector is a significant sum, but in the scale of our problems, we'd have a bigger problem if they stopped working. So we have to a very large degree protected that, because why would we hurt our friends because we're in pain? Yeah, if we can keep the voluntary sector going as well as it already does, and they deliver amazing services across a whole range of different partners, do really impressive things that this council could probably never do, because we don't have that in-depth knowledge of that topic and in those local areas. If we stop funding that in a significant way, we will actually just generate more work for ourselves and damage the outcomes people get. All of our vision needs to be resting on the fact that we are preventing people, as Mel Locke was saying this morning on the radio, coming into care. We don't need people coming in for services. It's not just about social care, it's about any of our services. If we can help local people and local organisations do that for themselves in a way they want it done, better that than we do it in a way that maybe is not quite so good and probably costs more as well. So that has been the approach we've taken, Leader, and obviously it's up to the executive in terms of budget setting. But I think the officer's recommendation will continue to be that we protect the voluntary sector as best we can.
Thank you. I've got Sarah Wakefield next.
Thank you, Chair. Very interesting answers that have been given this morning, and it's clear that our officers across the board are working really hard to bring about some budget savings or offers up. And I think that my understanding is that a lot of proposals will come forward, but they will be decided by the councillors eventually at the appropriate meetings. Also, with the VCFE, you've just been talking about the longer term agreements. I'd like some reassurance. I think it has been discussed before, but that if we make those agreements, I believe it's the case that any Section 114 notice, they wouldn't be undone if they were sensibly made by commissioners. I understand that if you make sensible arrangements, they shouldn't unpick them. I think that's important for people to understand that. But if I'm listening to this, if I was a member of the public listening to this, I'd be saying to myself, what can I do? What personally can I do to help this situation, which the council's explained they're in? It does seem to be a very difficult one to solve, but what can I do as a resident? Because I feel a bit powerless to do something. So perhaps we could have some answers on that too. Thank you.
I'll ask Mr. Vaughan to come in about the point about section 114 and the agreements, if that's okay. But in terms of, I think, what members of the public can do, we have already asked that members of the public flag the issues to local elected MPs, because we do need to get across to government that this is a national problem. I always hesitate to say that, leader, because when we talk about it being a national problem, what that gives us all is license to think someone else will solve it. No one is coming to solve this problem in Somerset. We're here. And if we issue section 114 notice, a commissioner may arrive, and then they will still work with all of us, or many of us, to solve those problems. So we need to be very clear. We can't just sit back and think someone else will resolve this. It's down to us. In terms of what the public can do to help, people can get involved. It's not necessarily about coming and helping the council, but the more we can get voluntary activity and community activity that resolves local problems, the more people can help our partners in town, city and parish councils to do things that they want to see done locally. The more we can reduce the pressure on Somerset Council to have to do all of those things. And we are a big council. As much as we do our very best to respond at a local level, we don't necessarily have the ability to know the nuance in every town, in every village, on every street. Actually, local people will have much more targeted solutions to problems, much more ability to know who needs support in their community. So the more we can get people engaged, the more we can get people volunteering with existing organisations, the better. In terms of, for us, the other thing, and it's, I'll say it's tongue in cheek because it's a key issue, but actually the more people can keep healthy. It was on the radio this morning in Somerset that, average person is, on the data, we have 17 years of ill health towards the end of our lives in Somerset. Actually, if we could reduce that significantly, the things that are driving the budget pressures now would reduce with them. So there is something about how we can all try and take personal responsibility. Obviously, individually, it's no one's fault they get ill. But collectively, if we can do more things about physical activity, more things about actually keeping ourselves well, and see Professor Grant's rubbed off on me on this, she's got me espousing this, that would make the biggest difference long term to the council's finance and the council's ability to do other things.
I was sort of starting to think it was a ventriloquism act at one point. Jason, on the section 1.
Yeah, in terms of the section 114, it itself is quite a odd thing that it only imposes an expenditure freeze until full council meets, which has got to meet within a maximum of 21 days. To be honest, you heard in the budget monitoring report, we're almost operating in that environment now with the various control boards we've put in place. We are taking every step everybody would do. The issue then for full council, if you issue a 114, is to consider an improvement plan. Well, that's what this report in front of you today is setting out of all those things. So I think we're setting out the steps that any commissioner would take in doing those things. In terms of the community and voluntary sector, they actually normally save councils money in what they do. They do things a lot cheaper than what we do it. So you wouldn't have any of those things stopped as long as you took proper decisions to enable them in the first place.
Yeah, and certainly, I would add, I've had conversations with leaders of Birmingham, Croydon, and Liverpool Council have got commissions, but without a 114 for other reasons. And certainly, it's not a route that any of them are saying has any benefit to go down. And taking the approach that we are taking of those actions that a commissioner would take ourselves will strengthen our case with government for any assistance that we will need in the future. And although those are difficult decisions, nobody has come into local government to make those decisions, whatever political complexion or or member of staff you are, we are in the situation here, whoever's fault, blame it might be, it is our responsibility as an executive, as a council, as the whole staff body and the whole of the county to step up and accept that this situation is, it needs a plan to be able to resolve it. Some of that will be external, but the responsibility lies internally, and we do need to recognise that it is everyone's responsibility to be able to look after each other and to look after ourselves, to be able to make sure that we reduce the pressure on the services and we can have a sustainable council for Somerset in the future. Are there any other league members or associate league members who wish to comment? Councillor Shearer.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't want to take away from those words you've just uttered because I think they're really important. But I just wanted to sort of, I suppose, ask the clarification. But first of all, to say I'm really reassured by the rigour with which the organisation's been working to try to be our own internal commissioners. But I just want to kind of point out that the difference that I kind of see from watching it is that I hope that what we're doing from ourselves internally is being local people, caring about local people within Somerset, taking those tough decisions and actions. Because my guess is if we were in a position with commissioners instead of our doing it, they wouldn't be quite so caring or quite so knowledgeable perhaps about what the local areas are. And I just wanted to, I think if we can do it and pull it off, it will be so much better, and we'll continue to listen, I think, to local people as much as we can, or at least explain when we've had to make tough decisions. So it's just that thing about, I think there's a big difference between us doing it and perhaps commissioners who have been parachuted in doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I also had a conversation with a commissioner last week, and it was quite interesting to have a confidential conversation with a commissioner and understanding their point of view. Yeah, probably best to leave it there, I think. Not seeing any other comments or questions from league members. And David, thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to comment upon the paper at the moment. I think it's good to see the actions that are being taken. Some of us would argue that they're rather late, but it's good to see that they're being taken. My question is very specific, and this is the only place I can see to ask the question, and I just don't want to lose the point. But as this is actually termed as the revenue budget for next year, a number of years ago, the council agreed that it would commemorate the fallen of the First World War by planting a memorial wood with 11,912 trees in it. And that wood has been established in Heathfield, Cheddar Fitzpaine, etc. And at that time, a number of parishes contributed into the planting of that wood and the maintenance of that wood. And I think for clarity of the purpose of why those donations were made and that the parish councils made them, that money sits with Somerset Council. It's about £6,000. I know it's a very small figure in the scheme of this, but I would just like confirmation that that £6,000 is being protected and ring fenced and is still accessible for the purpose for which those parishes donated.
Thank you for your question. As I appreciate the comments that this is an opportunity to ask the question rather than it being related to the report directly. And I'm just looking around if anyone's got the answer to their fingertips. If not, we'll need to give you a written response in the fullness of time. Is that acceptable?
That's absolutely fine. It's just a concern that that money gets lost and it was donated for a specific memorial purpose.
Absolutely, and yeah, having as you'll be aware, I'm a former history teacher, and remembrance of past conflict is very dear to my heart. So yeah, you have my assurance that we'll ferret round and make sure that money is suitably earmarked. Thank you. Okay, not seeing any other questions within the room, so we're moving to the online questions, and I think it was Councillor Gwyl Wren who was first. I've managed to lose my notes as to who was the winner on that one. So, Councillor Wren, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, a couple of points. I mean, the first thing I'll note that Mr. Gove may be putting a box under the Christmas tree. I have to say, I would have thought it was a much more important topic than to be playing deal or no deal with local government. So I just do wish the government would actually wake up and take this seriously, particularly with an election coming. Turning to the report, there's a couple of things in there I'd just like a bit of clarity on. The first one is the capitalisation proposal. Now, and forgive me if I've misunderstood this, but I do want to make sure my head is clear. Essentially, what you're saying is that we will dispose of assets, and when that money comes back in, it will be capital. But through a special dispensation, we can then regard it as revenue. However, since most of the capital assets, or certainly the investment assets, were acquired using borrowed money, that means that the debt is still outstanding and the council will still be subject to the volatility of interest rates. That's how I read it. So I'd be quite interested to know whether my understanding is correct or not, because I think that gives us, we're in a very deep hole here, and I'm quite like to climb out of it if we can, but I have to be candid and say I'm not convinced we will be able to. And I'm not sure that the capitalisation, if my understanding is correct, is actually going to make a huge difference to the overall scheme of things. The second thing is moving on to actually how we make this work and how we engage better and work better with local communities and parishes. And I see in paragraph 82, local community networks are still there, because I think there was a fear, certainly among some of the parishes that I've visited, that the LCNs might be something to go. So it's quite heartening to see that they're still there. On the other hand, that they're still relatively new innovations, so they have to work, and they now have to work very, very quickly. Now, in a past life, I was, you may regard sadly or not, I don't know, quite keen on strategic planning. And it occurs to me that actually, if we're going to embrace the LCN network and get the parishes fully engaged, then there needs to be some sort of formal, if not strategic planning process going on to facilitate that. So I'd be quite interested if that's part of the background work, because if it is, I haven't heard about it, and I don't think the parishes are being engaged on that level, other than sort of what would you consider taking on. And I think it runs a bit deeper than that if we're going to make it work. And the final point I wanted to make, of course, was about parish resilience, and we had comments earlier about parish precepts leaping up by 100% or 40%. Well, I mean, if your precept brings you £100,000 and you want to raise 6, then that's 6%. But if your precept is £6,000 and you want to raise 6, that's 100%. And a lot of the smaller parishes who are struggling for membership, to be frank, and they also only have part-time clerks, are really worried about how they're going to engage in this and get their fair share. And this feeds back into a properly working local community network system, as well as the sort of strategic planning thing. So I just wanted really reassurance that my understanding of the capitalisation process was correct, and also just to find out a little bit more about how we're going to be engaging parish at the parish level and making them more resilient. Thank you
for your questions. And deal or no deal would be an improvement on no deal or no deal. Capitalisation direction, that sounds like a question to pass to someone who knows a lot more about it than me.
Well, in layperson's terms, and also in Christmas terms, from what we've heard from our 151 officer this morning, I'm not sure that Michael Gove is going to deliver anything for councils. That is sounding very, very discouraging. And if that's the case, and bearing in mind the letter that has been sent to Michael Gove by 33 council leaders, of whom 26 are some of the biggest councils, and those where perhaps in the past there may have been far less concern about future viability. I don't know where that leaves us as a country, because if this government can ignore the needs of local government, does this government then expect local government to do what of these things? Continue and deliver just statutory services, but what happens when that no longer becomes possible? You can see in this paper that capitalisation direction followed by another one the following year and another one the following year, where the figures are very clearly laid out, is completely impossible. So what I can hear already is the cans being kicked down the road if councils don't get into really serious transformation. And I can see the lanes and roads all across this country full of cans being kicked down the road because councils don't have plans of how they can better survive. So I think we have collectively got a massive question for government, which is, do they understand what local government do? Do they understand how important it is? Do they understand how critical the situation is now? And are they going to listen to us, yes or no? Because if the answer is no, I don't know what we can do other than wait for the next general election. But no new government coming in is going to be able to move on any of this quickly enough. And if you've got councils that are the ones that have got bigger reserves, that were looking at balanced budgets this year and projecting balanced budgets for following years, and if they're in trouble, where does that leave other councils? Where does that then leave those residents who rely on social care? Where does it leave the NHS as well? Because the less social care can do to help people get out of hospital quickly, or preferably not go into hospital in the first place, I am becoming more and more concerned that if government do not do anything, and I understand as well as anybody that there is not a bottomless supply of money, but this seems to me now as if it's becoming a nationally critical position. So if we go back to the capitalisation direction proposal, if you look, I'm sorry, I've got a page somewhere that identifies the cost of borrowing at 53 million, if I remember from memory. If that cost of borrowing remains the same and the level of borrowing remains the same in the short term, then asset disposals, whether they're commercial investments or council assets, those monies can come in. And then as if we're working with capital receipts flexibility, they can enable the transformation of the council to something that will be smaller, slimmer, fewer offices. And that's the work. So, and it may be that the cost of the capitalisation direction may be covered by a combination of borrowing and asset disposal. And we're going to be working on profiles running alongside each other in parallel tracks, that it's going to take some very considerable management, in my view, and that will mean the Treasury management team working really closely with the entire executive leadership team so that we have something that is coherent and achievable. But it is going to be unbelievably difficult, and if there's nothing in this year from Michael Gove, and we have to rely on the savings coming forward, where we will expect those to increase with all of the boards and the panels in place, and use of reserves. The more reserves we use this year, like we did last year, the more trouble we're in for the next years. And it's not just us. And so if social care is needed more where council tax is less in terms of both base and rate, very quickly, this country is going to run into very much more difficult times, as far as I can see. On the LCNs and the strategic planning, if I may, Chair, just mention the SALC AGM on Saturday, because it was David Mears who presented, and he presented quite a strategic viewpoint, I thought, about how he and clerks in some of the bigger town and parish councils and city are working together and are really having they're having a vision for how they work. And I felt that they'd been working on strategic planning in a very effective way. I don't know if you felt the same, Chair?
Absolutely. I was very struck by the willingness of those people who attended on a freezing cold Saturday morning to come and listen to me as a keynote speaker. Why on earth anyone would want to do that, I really do not know. I was very struck by their willingness to cooperate and see the bigger picture about how our local residents will be impacted by some of the decisions we are looking like we're going to have to make, and their willingness to engage with us. And what we've got to remember is that the city, town and parish sector is a very diverse sector, which goes from some significantly precepting town and city councils that provide significant services already to some very small parish councils who perhaps, you're absolutely right, don't have the resilience that we'd be looking at. Let's not forget that asset and service devolution's not a brand new thing. When I was chair of my town council, we took on public toilets, we took on car parks, we took on a playing field. We were asked to take on, we took on a youth club, we took on a library, we were asked to take on CCTV as well, actually. But we just decided that one camera wasn't worth 10 grand. So we decided not to do that. But this isn't a brand new, it's just the increase of the pace and the increase of the urgency that's behind it. I don't know, Thea, if you're just touching on your portfolio area, whether you wanted to add to the comments at all.
I think you and Liz have covered most of it, but just to say, I think Gwil's absolutely right to welcome the fact that LCN is specifically mentioned in this paper. I think they have a really important role going forward, or they have the potential to play a really important role going forward, bringing together the city, town and parish councils, but not just the city, town and parish councils, also the voluntary and community sector, which we sometimes overlook in a lot of this conversation, which has a really important role. We've touched upon it a lot today, but very often this turns into a very parish-centric conversation about how services and assets are dealt with. And I think bringing everyone together is a vital way of how we're going to address these issues going forward. But it's also important that we understand how we as Somerset Council are going to engage with that. And I think this touches upon the strategic planning point that Gwil was making. Once we've seen what the expressions of interest are from the city, town and parish councils in asset and service devolution, and what some of those conversations coming up out of the LCNs are, we've got to have a look at where if anywhere there are actually gaps that we need to look at how we address, and where there are areas where we're comfortable with an uneven delivery of services, because obviously some things are important to some areas but not to others. But I think the point about taking the strategic view on a sort of locality by locality basis is pretty well made.
Chairman, may I just make one final observation, please?
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the answers. Clearly, there's a lot of work going on. What I would say is that if we sell assets to produce revenue, I'm concerned that we're actually paying interest to pay off interest, if that makes sense. And actually, longer term, the costs of running the council are going to be the same and increasing, and yet we will be offering the residents a much more reduced service, and they will be paying much more through their local precepts. Now, I can't quite visualize how that's all going to pan out, but as things stand at the moment, it doesn't look very good. I had an exchange of emails with Jason Vaughan about 6 or 7 weeks ago about 114s. My view at the time was that we ought to press the button now. I'm heartened by the work that's taken place, but as I said earlier on, I think we're in the hole, and I'd quite like to clamber out of it. And I'm struggling to see that we're going to make an awful lot of progress. But firstly, I want to thank everybody for all the work that they've done. I mean, it's an enormous task that has been presented to everybody, and that everybody's doing their best. And I just hope that we can get out of it, even if it's with our tail in the door, as my father used to say. Thank you very much.
Well, and do appreciate your support. And I think we're on to Diogo Rodriguez next. Good morning, Diogo.
Morning, Chair. Thank you. Just one question from me on the earmarked reserves. It was raised yesterday at scrutiny. I raised it, but I'll raise it again here. Of the 36.8 million, which is being repurposed to support the 24-25 budget, what I wanted to know, because there's no clarity in the documents that were presented, at least not that I saw, but perhaps it's been shown elsewhere, what those reserves actually are. Kind of what projects were they for, or what have you. The detail of those reserves I haven't seen, but perhaps you'll be able to direct me to where I can find them.
Yeah, Liz and Jason are fighting over the microphone. Just bear with us, Diogo. I think Liz has won.
There is another paper that came to executive in September, which was the amalgamated reserves, where they were still listed under each predecessor council. And I think that you need to put those two together and compare, but it may be, I'll hand to Jason in the hope that there may be an easier way for members to have a look at that review of reserves.
Yeah, we have the table that shows the reserves from the 5 legacy councils that reported in the 22-23 accounts, then map over to these. So I can share that with members, and I agreed to do that at scrutiny yesterday.
Okay, Diogo, it sounds like it's on the way.
Thank you.
And lastly, it was Dave Mansell. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, and thank you very much. It's been interesting to hear the discussion. I would like to say that I feel very concerned at the changes being proposed. I also feel concerned that there's a lack of detail in what is coming, both for service cuts and for changes to create a smaller, lean council. Could there be a bit more clarity on when some detail will follow and on what consultation will be taking place? Clearly, that's important for the council staff. It's important for parishes and towns, which the council is looking to work with more. And as council members, I think we also need to know when we're going to hear more and have a chance to comment on what's proposed, either collectively or through scrutiny. So I do, and I wonder how much detail will we actually have by February, when we're due to set the council tax and agree the funding plans. So that's one question. I would also like to say that I think it is important, and clearly we are, but we need to pay attention to the causes of the current situation. And I do have sympathy with what Liz was saying about funding of social care. I do think there's some very important points being made there, although it's clearly for the long term and nothing's going to change quickly there. But I do have a lot of sympathy with that. I feel we do need to acknowledge that there have been some local factors that have contributed. One of which is the commercial investments that the district councils made before, and I can't help but say some of us warned about the risks of doing that at the time, and wish more attention to the comments we had made then had been made, or we wouldn't be as deeply into that problem as we are. But I accept that's a small contributor, but nevertheless a significant one, and it was one we created ourselves, unfortunately. However, I do absolutely agree with the main thrust of the comments that the main causes lie at the national level, with some local contributions to those as well, though. So it is in the long period of austerity that we've had, and all the measures that's involved, including the council tax freezes in the past in Somerset, and overall, though, a failure by government to provide fair funding to local government. So it is good to hear that there's engagement with local MPs and some possibilities that government might be listing, or that does, although it doesn't sound encouraging. But I do feel that is good to hear, that and the right thing for all of us to be doing, the council and people within Somerset, to be raising our concerns with the MPs and asking that they do take action to ensure that we do get fair funding here. And we have to hope that we can wake government up to this problem. It's clearly biting us here now, but it's biting others and will be biting more in the future. Okay, thank you.
Dave, and I'll ask Liz Lishon to respond to the points that you've raised.
I'll just start, if I may, Chair, just on the commercial investments. I think we should also note that pooled funds, where this council has a great deal of money, tens of millions invested, pooled funds have also reduced in their capital value. So although income is still being received, if I recall, about 4%, the actual capital value of them has dropped considerably. So it's not just the commercial investments that district councils made. And we also need to remember that there is an income line of just around £20 million a year for income from leases on those commercial investments. So we need to always make sure we look at both sides of that. The causes to the situation, I don't think we've got long enough in the day for that. On the lack of detail and where we're going, I wonder if I could pass the Chief Executive on that, because there's clearly a great deal of work to come forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I will just pick up on the causes point. I think, it depends when you start. Years of austerity reduced the ability of local government to manage its own position as well as maybe it could. Lots of different issues came together at vesting day, which gave us the current position. What we need to make sure is we build the best council we can going forward, that we don't repeat any mistakes that we had in the past. I'm not going to go anywhere near investment funds at all, but in terms of the clarity, I agree. There is at this point in a normal budget cycle, we'd have been expecting to put today a full set of budget proposals to give everyone 8 weeks to look through them, look at them in detail. We have got a range of budget proposals, which obviously are going out for consultation, and there will be more detail coming through, but we're still working on lots of different aspects. So until you see the paper in February, I can't actually hand on heart guarantee everything that we're going to be proposing as officers to the executive will be there, which is still legal. It's just not best practice. There needs to be the information for members at any given point when you're making a decision to be able to make a safe decision in the full knowledge of what that decision is. So at every point in the process, which is hopefully the January executive, the February executive and the full council meeting, anything you are being asked to decide will be fully detailed. We can't ask you to decide things that aren't fully detailed. The key thing to maybe understand is for the budget setting in February, unless we can do an amazing job, which I don't think we can, of closing the gap in year for next year, we will be asking, as the strategy is laid out, to use reserves and potentially capitalisation to allow members in February to set a balanced budget. So all of the areas around staffing and reshaping the organisation, there will be some proposals that affect staffing now, which will be clearly laid out in decision-making reports when those decisions are being taken. The vast majority of the impact for that will be in next financial year, and we will deal with that as we go into the process. What we'll be asking members to do in February at council is note that that work must be done. Otherwise, all we have done literally at February budget setting is kick the can down the road into next year. We won't be able to get out of next year if we don't do that extra work. So anything to do with staff consultation, anything there, we've already started that set of conversations with unions and relevant partners. But that will need to be formally done probably from the date of the full council meeting into the next financial year, because until we have that decision, we can't start that piece of work formally. In terms of the budget savings, anything that is proposed as a budget saving will be fully detailed. There will be the information. It will have an equality impact assessment with it, and it will be available. Ideally, we've put all of those out in the public domain today. We are still working on them, and as you can see from the figures, we've still got a very big set of figures that we need to achieve if we can. So there will be more and more of those coming through, and apologies, but some of those will probably be appearing for the first time in January rather than now, because we will still be working on them. So what you will see on the consultation page is that detail emerging over the weeks as it's ready to come out. And then say at any point that members have to make a formal decision, the paperwork will include all of that detail for you before you make a decision.
Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Dave, for your questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands online, nothing else in the room. So we come back to the recommendations. We endorse and recommend to December's full council that the council notes the declaration of a financial emergency and endorses the range of actions and mitigations taken forwards. Furthermore, council fully supports the executive and senior officers to continue its discussions with the Department of Levelling Up Communities and Housing, and formally to request a capitalisation direction in order to set the 24-25 budget. We approve a consultation and engagement process on council tax and potential service changes with the public and business sectors in line with the proposal set out in the report. We approve the reallocation of earmarked reserves as set out in Appendix 1 and receive a further update in February. Receive the draft 24-25 budget proposals at the January executive, including details of the savings proposals and finance settlement for the council. Note the vision for a sustainable Somerset Council and prove the outline business case is developed for the January 24 executive meeting, and note the review of the 23-24 capital programme and the review of new bids for 24-25 schemes, with the full details being included in the report to executive in January 24 for approval by February 24 council. Can I see a proposer, please, councillor? Councillor Philip. All those in favour, please. And all those against. That is clearly carried. The next item on the agenda is the lunch break. And you'll be pleased to know that we have finished quarter of an hour ahead of schedule. We will be reconvening at 1:50. Today's executive. A little bit of feedback, is that? Anybody else hearing that, or is that just me? Has someone got mic open? Shouldn't be. No. Okay, we'll carry on and do the best. If anyone spots some open mic or open loudspeaker, let me know and we'll get it corrected. So we're on to item 12, which is the council tax reduction and exceptional hardship scheme for 24-25, and I'd like to invite Councillor Liz Lyshawn to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm delighted to see that Richard Seeley and his colleague Steve Shrimplin are in the room, because this is intensely technical and needs real proper due diligence. So agreeing a council tax reduction scheme is part of our responsibility as a billing authority for all of Somerset. Our scheme, our income banded scheme, approved last November, has proved to be both workable and welcome for those whose household incomes have been under most pressure during the cost of living crisis. So following a light touch review, we are able to roll forward our scheme plus the exceptional hardship scheme without the need for public consultation. I'm sure Richard will go into a lot more detail on this. We have considered the options that you see in the paper. We have a clear recommendation, and that recommendation will go from executive to full council on the 20th of December with another paper on council tax exemptions premiums. I just wanted to mention that there's a table on page 342 that is incomplete. Please don't think that that's an error. That will be completed once a decision is taken today and will be in place ready for the 20th of December meeting. So I'd like to hand over to Richard, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lyshawn. Afternoon all. So I'll just say, hopefully, brief few words just to provide a bit more background detail and information about the proposal. As Councillor Leishon has mentioned, obviously this sets out in the report the proposed council tax reduction scheme for the coming financial year. This is something which in council tax regulations you as members are required to make a decision about each year, and it is required to be a full council decision. For practical reasons, essentially we need you to take that decision by Christmas in order to give us the time to actually make any necessary changes to the parameters within systems so that we can run the annual billing processes as normal and calculate the council tax reduction for next year in February of this year. The element of the scheme that you actually have local discretion over is the element that applies to working age people. The element of the scheme for pension age people is prescribed by central government, who set the rules and will make minor changes to those rules each year. But essentially what you're focusing on today is the scheme for working age people. Again, as last year in the lead up to the creation of the new council, we undertook something like this. Project across the then 4 districts to actually align the schemes to come up with a single new scheme and set of rules for the new council. That was a pretty chunky piece of work actually, and included full.
Good afternoon, people of Somerset. It's Daniel Mundy, your local democracy.
Daniel, or whoever's playing Daniel, could you mute, please? My apologies, Richard.
As I was saying, obviously that included a full public consultation exercise and a lot of detailed modelling last year. The scheme that you approved is an income banded scheme. We recommended moving to that because they're both easier to understand and actually easier to administer. And obviously one of the headline changes that you agreed to make last year was to increase the amount of support that was payable to 100%. 3 out of the 4 former districts were paying less than 100%. And actually, what the figures tell us is that we've managed to make those changes. We haven't actually increased the overall proportion of money that is actually spent on the council tax reduction scheme. So we've done that essentially within the existing budget. Obviously, we then roll forward to this year, and we're looking, as we need to do, at the scheme for the following financial year. As I've said, changing the scheme is a big exercise. They require full public consultation. We'd obviously gone through that last year. Before making, therefore, any major changes again for next year, we undertook a very light touch review back in the spring and early summer of the new scheme to see how it was operating. We only undertook a light touch review at that stage because, to be honest, it had only been running for 2 or 3 months. So we didn't have enough data essentially to do a much more detailed piece of work. But we wanted to actually just undertake a light touch review just to see actually, were there any areas that we actually needed to change? How had it landed? That review actually looked at quite a number of different areas, all the kind of major elements of the scheme. Also took into account things like the impact of inflation, which obviously has been a big issue over the past 12 months. And we considered some quite detailed feedback from one of our local citizens' advice officers as well, who were asking a range of questions about how the scheme was operating and making some suggestions for changes. At the end of that process, essentially, we concluded actually that the new scheme was working pretty well. It appears to have landed quite well. We know that because we are not seeing major problems that it's causing. We haven't had a huge number of appeals. You'll also remember last year that you agreed an exceptional hardship scheme to run in tandem with this scheme. And we were making estimates last year that we would have to increase the spend on that scheme to up to about $5.5 million. Actually, we're not seeing, we don't project that we're going to spend that amount of money. So actually, whilst we have seen an increase in exceptional hardship applications, it's not to the extent that we perhaps thought we would get. All of that is suggestive, essentially, of the scheme working well. And I think, as you'll see from the performance reports that are coming in front of the committee today, actually, council tax collection is also holding up. The one change that we did identify that it would make sense to implement would be to uprate the income band thresholds within the scheme in line with the rate of inflation that government choose to apply to state benefits. The thinking behind that is quite simply that the majority of our claimants obviously receive state benefits. So if we uprate in line with the percentage used by government, essentially it helps to protect the proportion of council tax reduction that will be received by the majority of our claimants. And you know, that essentially was the recommendation that we developed and put forward to scrutiny back in November. There is unfortunately a but coming to this, and obviously you're well aware of it because you were discussing it in detail earlier. We have obviously had to also consider the council's overall financial position, which has worsened substantially since we undertook that review. As a result of that, we had to look at alternative options in relation to the scheme. Obviously, given that we are required to undertake full public consultation if we make major changes, that essentially limits to a great extent the sorts of changes we could consider to the scheme. But the one area that we could consider making a change is in relation to choosing to uprate those income band thresholds or otherwise. And as you'll see set out in the report, essentially we looked at three different options. So we looked at the kind of, I guess, the most extreme, which is essentially leaving the thresholds as they are and allowing state benefits to rise by the 6.7% increase that's now been announced. Effectively, that would reduce the cost of the scheme, but would have quite a significant impact in terms of claimants, because obviously any claimant whose income then goes over an income band threshold will lose support. We also looked at a halfway house option, which would be only uprating by 50% of the increase announced by government to state benefits. And then obviously the original option, which is increasing in line with the 6.7% increased state benefits. The recommendation is obviously option 3, increasing in line with state benefits, because that does help to protect the majority of claimants still. However, there are still a number of claimants that are potentially going to see a reduction in council tax reduction. You'll recall from the autumn statement that the Chancellor announced that the increase in the national living wage would be significantly higher than the increase for state benefits. And in fact, he announced a 9.8% increase in the national living wage. Now, a substantial proportion of our claimants will receive earned income. It's realistic to assume in a lot of cases that will be the national living wage. So unless we were to choose to increase in line with the national living wage increase, which would cost us more, essentially we are going to see that some of those claimants who are in receipt of the national living wage will lose out through this scheme. As a consequence of that, what we've tried to build into the recommendations and the modelling is a suggestion that we increase the amount that we're anticipating for potentially exceptional hardship applications to allow us, or at least give us the discretion in individual cases to actually help people where we need to. Obviously, I've outlined in the report the potential cost reduction for each of the options. We've actually, since I actually submitted the report, we've actually only very recently been able to complete some high-level estimates in terms of the impact through the national living wage increase. We think that could potentially have an impact of up to around about sort of £400,000 in terms of reducing the amounts we're paying, and potentially affecting up to as many as 2,000 claims. That is very high level estimates. It is this area, because we're getting into quite a bit of detail in terms of people's individual circumstances. It is actually quite difficult to produce accurate estimates across 4 different district systems, essentially to work in different ways. But that is our best estimate at this stage. So consequently, the recommendation before you today is essentially to make for executive to make a recommendation to full council to accept the CTR schemes and the exceptional hardship schemes that are appended to the report, to uprate the income band thresholds by 6.7% in line with the rise to state benefits, and actually for us to undertake then a full review of the scheme during the coming financial year, which potentially then can provide you with wider options should you choose to take them, to potentially look to reduce the funding on the scheme further, or at the very least reallocate who receives assistance through the scheme. Obviously, I would point out that those review exercises are quite major exercises, so we are likely to have to bring in some external resource to help advise on this, and also allocate internal resource to that. So my best estimate, I think I put in the report, is that we potentially need to allocate some in the region of 60,000 if we want to do that. But that is the recommendation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. And first of all, Fed, and then Theo.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Richard, and your team for the detailed report. I just want to check my understanding firstly, and then I'll just ask some other questions on that final point that you raised in relation to national minimum wage. In relation to the support scheme that we give, or the council tax reduction and exceptional hardship schemes, that's a discretionary scheme, is what you're saying, in the fact that actually it's local council taxpayers' money that goes in to support other council taxpayers to help them, some of the most vulnerable in society, and that the government at a national level mandates that we do it for some people, such as pensioners, do not give us any money, but mandate us to do so. And we also then have to support other people because we choose to do so, because in my world, it's the right thing to do, but it's a discretionary thing that we have to do, that we do. but the pensioner side of things is that we have to do because we're mandated to do so.
Yes, essentially you're correct. The pension age scheme is mandated. In terms of funding for this, from memory, when they first introduced the local rules back in 2014, there was a funding stream from government that you could point at and say that that's direct funding for this. It's kind of got lost over the years and just wrapped up into general funding. So you wouldn't be able to identify it, but in theory, they give us some money towards it. But I suspect if you could identify it, what you see is in practice it's reduced quite substantially over the years. So to all intents and purposes, the whole thing is funded by local council taxpayers.
And then my next questions, I guess one for Jason, is that if commissioners were to come in, we wouldn't therefore have to do this. This would be a choice thing that, that they would take away from us, apart from the pension age aspect. And then I guess my other element is that by putting up the national living wage, which I fully support, the government are giving to people with one hand, saying we want to help you out because we get the cost of living crisis is going up, but they haven't realised the unintended consequences that are on people, because perhaps by us having this scheme, they're going to be lifted out of the scheme, but then in effect, they're actually not benefiting by having their wages put up because they're no longer going to be able to access that. And you're advising that that could cost us, if we want to support them still, an additional £400,000 at those high level figures.
Yeah, the actual cost, because of the way our scheme rules work, essentially we at the moment can only apply one rate of increase to the income band thresholds. which affects everybody, whether they be on state benefits or on national living wage. So essentially what we would have to do if we wanted to guarantee still the proportion that was received by people in receipt of the national living wage, we'd have to uprate the income band thresholds for everybody, including state benefit claimants, by 9.8%. Now, the net effect of that is actually what you're then going to do is end up paying people on state benefits, unless they're already getting 100%, a lot more. So I don't know what that number actually is, but I suspect that's probably more than the 400,000 that will see a reduction in 50. Obviously, you know, we have the option for next year or the year after potentially, you know, we can come up with a slightly more complicated scheme if we need to, which can take into account the fact that you know, you may get different increases in the amount that people in receipt of the national living wage receive to people in state benefits. So we'll need to look at that, I think, as part of the review. That's probably going to make it quite a much more complicated scheme to both understand and administer. And bluntly, we don't have time to do that now for next year.
Just in terms of the second part of the question around commissioners and that, this isn't a straightforward one. If you look at this as an accountant, actually there is a cost to doing this scheme. But actually, we've seen examples of other authorities that have got really hard on this and taken a really tough line up. You're trying to get money out of people that haven't got money in the first place. You actually end up writing off the debt a lot of the time and tying up a lot of officer time. So there's a real fine balance on these things of getting it right from a financial point of view, actually really stripping this back to the statutory minimum. Those that have gone down that route initially when the scheme came in 2014, actually most of them reversed out of it within a couple of years because they ended up building up massive debts they ended up writing off. So from an accountant's point of view, there is a balance here between getting it right. So I think it's something commissioners don't dive straight into and look very carefully at, because when you look at the balances, it doesn't make sense to cut it back to the hardest point.
Thank you. That's really interesting to think of it in that way. Thank you very much, Jason. So I've got Theo and then yours.
Thank you very much. When I look at proposals like this, I'm reminded why I have fond memories of campaigning with the late Chris Clark against council tax and in favour of better alternatives to it, because fundamentally, every time I look at this, it just reminds me how poor a system of funding local government council tax is, for two reasons. One, it's unfair on the people who pay it. It's not based on your ability to pay. It's not based on your assets. It's based on the arbitrarily decided value of your house in 1991. I don't know how much my house was valued at in 1991, probably about £15,000. I don't know. I mean, it's a ridiculous way of calculating things. And then when we look at the impact on local councils, council tax was designed to be a sort of interim measure in the early 90s, a little bit like the Barnett formula, something that was going to happen for a short period of time and we've been living with for 30 years now. And it's not a sustainable way of funding a council like this. It has become far too high a proportion of the income that we rely on, and it was never meant to form this high proportion that we rely on. And it just isn't a sufficient or sufficiently nuanced or reactive way of raising council tax, raising funding for local government. And there's got to be some change at some point, but given the behaviour of governments in recent decades, I can't see it happening anytime soon, not in the sort of fundamental way that it needs to happen. But looking at the proposals that we have before them, I'm really happy to see that we are proposing the option of uprating by 6.7%, the same as the government is increasing state benefits. I think this is one of the achievements we should be proudest of in our first year, introducing this scheme in the first place. It's alarmingly generous as schemes go. And I say that because actually, relative to what a lot of councils have, it's very generous. But when you actually analyse the sorts of amounts of money we're talking about for people, it really, really isn't. If you have 2 kids, you're a couple, the income that you can have to qualify for 100% council tax is £13,520. That's not a lot of money. So when I say it's a generous scheme, we are being relatively generous, but it is not a generous scheme in the sense that people who we're talking about have lots of money and could well afford to pay council tax. I remember when we were discussing it, because I was not on the executive when this was passed, I was on the relevant scrutiny committee, and I remember there were people who argued that the principle that everyone should pay something was a good one. If you have nothing, the principle that you should pay something is absurd. So I'm really glad that we introduced this scheme in the first place, and I'm really glad that the proposals in front of us are to increase it by 6.7%, because the idea that somebody with an income as low as I've mentioned previously could see their universal credit go up by 6.7% and then find that they're no longer eligible for the full council tax reduction, I think is quite shocking. I'm reminded of the fact that this system of council tax reduction, council tax support, came in, I think it was in 2013, Richard. I'm sorry if I've got that one wrong. And Richard's talked about the fact that there was a funding stream that went with it. There was a funding stream that went with it. Even then, it was cut by 10%. So the amount of money that government decided local councils should get was 90% of what they had previously been paying. So there was a baked-in cut in 2013, and I'm absolutely certain that it represents virtually nothing now. I do wonder, and I think perhaps this is something that Liz might have some views on, whether actually we might be beginning to realise that localising this system isn't the best way of doing it, and perhaps one of the ways that government could look at trying to deal with some of the financial problems that local government across the country, not just Somerset, are facing is by bringing in a national system of support. Because of course, quite aside from the impact that would have in Somerset, when you look at the places that need the support the most are the places which are going to have the least capacity to find it out of council tax. And perhaps national funding for this system is something we need to go back to.
Thanks, Theo. I think I can agree more with your sentiments. I bought my first house in 1991. It was £40,000. I just checked. It sold last year for 212,500. Funny old world, isn't it? Ros.
Thank you. My first flat in London, all 3 bedrooms, cost me the grand total of 19,000 when I bought it. Can you imagine now what 3 bedrooms in London would cost? Theo has said a lot, and I don't intend to repeat some of it, other than I remember campaigning with Chris Clark, and that if ever it cemented my Lib Dem ideals, it was that period of time with Chris and about council tax. The one question I do have, which we haven't touched on, is very clearly the government has mandated us to give relief to the older people in our population. Can you give me an idea of what that mandation from central government, unfunded yet again, is costing the council, please?
I'm just trying to recall if we actually put the figures in the report. No, I don't think we did. I'm afraid I don't have the figures to hand. That is something that we can find out now and feedback if that would be used.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. I have a memory of about 15 million, but maybe that is out of date now and in fact more. So appreciate a figure. Thank you.
So if it helps, actually, the total cost of the scheme in the current year is 34.8 million. So that's both the pension and working age. The pension age caseload, I think makes up roughly, I think it's roughly 40-45% of the caseload, but we can come back with a more exact figure than that if it's of use.
15 is not far off. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds like the ballpark on the back of my envelope anyway. I've got Councillor Rigby and then Councillor Lysholm.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to echo much of what Theo, Fed and Ros have said, and just to add briefly to that with a very quick anecdote. A friend of mine recently looked online to see what the cheapest property he could find for sale in Taunton was, and the answer was it was basically a one-room studio and it cost £40,000. The council tax on that was about £1,000 from memory. He then looked to see if he could find the most expensive property for sale in London, and the property was in Westminster and it's £40 million. So that's 1,000 times more expensive than the property in Taunton. And the council tax on that, £1,700. So less than double what the guy in the one room is paying in Taunton. And then, as we know, very often it's easy to avoid even paying that in Westminster because many of these properties are registered in blind trusts in tax havens. So it's a bonkers system of taxation, incredibly regressive. And I'm pleased that we have a way of trying to mitigate some of the worst impacts of this scheme, this tax through the scheme that we're looking at today. So I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike and Liz.
Thank you. It's pretty obvious, I think, to all of us that the current government won't do anything. And then there's going to be another government, and that next government will take time to get anywhere. I think if there's any one thing that could be done more quickly, it would be that government take over funding this scheme in its entirety. So there could be national funding with local delivery, because it certainly, I believe, needs local delivery and backed up by the exceptional hardship scheme. And I think that's something where we should be looking at County Council Network, LGA, and everyone else that we're working with on lobbying government, because of all the things I've heard, this is the one where if government funded it, the money would get to where it is most needed most easily, because there is already a mechanism in place that is fair. It would need, whether the local delivery would include different percentages for different billing authorities, well, that remains to be seen. But if there were one thing Michael Gove might put under the Christmas tree, and I don't think he will for a minute, but this, I think, is something that we should pursue. And I think all political leadership should maybe get together and pursue something that is deliverable, rather than something that we would really love to see, which is a change to council tax to a fairer scheme, but that we have to be honest, we're not expecting to see delivered anytime soon. So if I may, Chair, just thank Richard and all of his colleagues, not just for the good work they do on their immaculate papers, but the work they do between meetings. But I know a few things come to me now, and I know who I can contact to get those very carefully worded replies that are both accurate and considerate to people's circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. I'm not seeing any other comments from executive members. Anything online? Mandy. Hello, Mandy.
Thank you. I am here. I was just turning the light on. It's gone dark all of a sudden. Thank you. Just a question, please. I did recall last year, if I'm correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the government gave us some funding to fund this for Somerset last year. Richard will correct me if I'm wrong. And I also asked last year, I think the budget was put at 500,000 last year, which was more than double what we'd needed the year before. And I think at that time I did suggest that 250,000 might be a more accurate figure. So my first question is, can we just confirm that the government did give us some money last year, and what's happened to that is my first question, because we more than budgeted for ourselves and then we had the government money on top.
Yes, I think it was about this time last year, actually, the government announced some one-off, what they called council tax support funding. I think we got some in the region of just over £800,000, I think. What government mandated was that they wanted each council that received it to make a minimum payment of £25 to each existing council tax reduction scheme claimant at the point they did their annual billing process. And then essentially, if we had any surplus funding, that essentially we could use that as we saw fit locally, but obviously to assist with council tax. So we did that and made the £25 payments. I think that got rid of some in the region of £300,000 to £400,000 worth of the funding. Essentially, what we've used the balance for is to fund exceptional hardship applications as they've come forward during the year. The reality of the situation actually is, bluntly, we're struggling to spend the money at the moment. The exceptional hardship applications have not been at the level that we perhaps very loosely estimated they might be, but actually we are actively pursuing, particularly when we issue reminder letters. If people are contacting us saying they're struggling to pay, then we're actively looking, if we can, to use that funding, because actually, my understanding of the rules they've set around is we have to use it this year. But I'm not aware, again, this might be a Michael Grove Christmas tree present that's coming to us, but we're not aware at the moment of any similar funding for next year. So, our estimate at the minute, I think we're saying for the exceptional hardship cost, potentially, I think it varies with the different options, but I think we say 400 to 450 with option 3, something in that bracket.
Thank you. So I am pleased that government did fund that, and I'm really pleased that £25 went to each existing claimant. I think that was welcomed across Somerset, all being well. My second question is one that I raised last year as well. In my district council days, when we were presented with something like this, and just the council tax schemes in general, we were given a lot of figures to actually back up the evidence, if you like, behind what we were doing. For example, who paid, who didn't pay, what category were they in, working, non-working, families, etc. So you could actually see where the real hardships were. And for me, quite often, families, both parents working but with large rental and mortgages to pay, can be just as poorly off just about managing as many others. And I suppose my concern is looking at that larger picture, that perhaps those are not being caught in this sort of safety and support net, and that would depend presumably on them actually coming to us with a request for support. So just to check my understanding's right on that, please.
Sorry, can I just clarify? You're saying you're asking if the figures are there in the background, or?
When I was in the district council, we used to see the figures so that you could see how many people had claimed it, how didn't, how many, what the bad debts were, and what sort of types of people in our county were struggling the most. I'm just saying that quite often those in real financial hardships might not necessarily and always be those that are claiming universal credit. So it's just making sure we're considering those as well in all that we do.
Yeah, I mean, this scheme is obviously tailored, and the income band brackets are tailored to take into account a variety of different circumstances. I think obviously what we'll look to do when we're doing a detailed review next year is obviously to re-look at all of that to make sure that we are targeting the money at where it is most needed.
Thank you, and I welcome that. I did ask for it last year, but I was hoping it'd be this year. I look forward to next year to seeing that. It's just making sure the figures back up the scheme that we are proposing. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, Liz.
Thank you, Chair. In any financial year, when things are tight, it's always the last 4 months are the worst for household budgets, because that's when the energy costs are highest. So I just asked Richard and his colleagues to make sure they continue their good work in getting the word out about the exceptional hardship scheme. And I have dealt with cases that I've put out to the officers in the correct office, where people are homeowners, they're not renting. So I think it's quite a wide range of people who are coming forward, and I absolutely welcome that. We need that open door so that when people are struggling, they tell us before they get too deep in that struggle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for really informative debate and the proposals from the paper, and thank you to Richard and all of your team. So the recommendations before us are: the executive is recommend to full council on the 20th of December the approval of 1, the council tax reduction exceptional hardship schemes as set out in appendices 4 and 5 to this report. Option 3, in relation to the income band thresholds used within Schedule 1 of the proposed council tax reduction, i.e. uprating in line with the 6.7% rise in state benefits announced by government in November 23 autumn statement, and a full review of council tax reduction scheme during 24-25 financial year to identify options for a revised scheme in the 25-26 financial year. The review and consultation exercise will require funding and anticipated to be in the region of £60,000. Can I see a proposer? Councillor Lysholm, seconded Councillor Burt-Phillip. All those in favour, please show. All those against, thank you. That's clearly carried. Thank you so much. And we move on to the award of a contract for highway lighting and other electrical assets. And I'd like to bring in Councillor Mike Rigby, please.
Thank you, Chair. We have before us a recommendation to proceed with a contract for highway lighting and lit assets. We've brought together all of these assets now from the 5 councils. The bulk of the street lighting, as members will be aware, tends to have been the responsibility of the former county council, but there's also a fair estate in terms of both street lighting and other lit assets that's come through from the district councils as well. So we have brought those all together to be part of a revised contract. We have a recommendation in front of us for a contract of 8 years with an option to extend for a further fixed period of 4 years. The anticipated contract spend is £15 to £30 million for highway lighting, but could be up to £75 million if we include all of the electrical assets that were owned by the previous 4 district councils. You'll recall that we've split up a lot of the contracting, and we've seen the term maintenance contract approved in recent weeks, along with other items like road surfacing. And I think this is the last or the second to last of that series of contracts that we need to approve in order to keep our maintenance going. So I will leave it there and invite any questions, and we have an officer team with us as well to answer any further questions that I can't answer. Thank you.
Mike, was there anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Rigby's given a very good summary. A couple of minor points to make. I think obviously the contract is important in terms of our duty of care to the public in terms of rectifying anything that might cause harm. This is a contract for delivery, so we can separate it out from our policy on lighting. And I think it's important to note it enables us to still be flexible with our lighting policies in terms of pursuing park night lighting, dark skies policies, etc. So the contract is compatible with doing new and different things with lighting. We simply instruct what we need in terms of the maintenance regime. We don't have the actual tender outcome for you today, unfortunately, because of a requirement through the process for the tenderers to provide us with additional information. We've now completed the evaluation, but because of the timescales, we couldn't bring the report to you today. So we were asking for a delegation to yourself as leader, Chair, to make the final award in a couple of weeks' time.
Excellent. That kind of sounds like an invitation to turn on lights for Christmas in a bizarre sort of way. And I did have a fascinating conversation with a lighting engineer about how different councils implement our lighting policies in different areas as we're looking to adopt a significant part of the street lighting in my patch. I've never been so enthralled by the different combinations of policies you can have in an area that you would think was straightforward. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Wakeford.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the length of the contract, because I think it's 8 years with a 4-year extension. Could you just explain how, that's obviously a good thing in some ways, because I presume it fixes lots of things for us, but does it lock us into something that we may want to get out of?
Yeah, it's a contract for 8 years, as I say, with a 4-year extension. So when we're coming up to that extension opportunity, we will do a piece of work just to check that we're happy with performance and that the contract is delivering. And the paper today delegates the authority to make that decision as well. So we don't necessarily need to come back to executive for that decision. We can give notice on the contract if we need to, if performance is poor, if the contractor's failing, etc. Then we've got rights under the contract to terminate it as we see fit. So yeah, it's flexible in that way. We also aren't committed to putting particular volumes of work through it. So if we want to sort of down tune how much we spend in this area, we can do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from lead members or associate lead members? It's street lighting, and Ros White's got a point of view, which she'll illuminate us with.
I'm just echoing what has been said. This is not about lighting policy. This is about maintenance. And the point I was going to say, please don't switch the lights on more. We had declared some energy savings, which is part of assets. And I think it's really critical, but we should be very mindful of our electricity use. And I know that the transport team will be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I am amazed by how many of our residents think our budget situation is caused by a few street lights not being turned off during the day, much as though we'd like to see them turned off at the appropriate times. Councillor Muntessa.
Thank you. I wanted to raise a point that actually is probably equally on behalf of the other Councillor Munt, and that is that there are some peculiar bits of street lighting in various parts of the county that don't fit with anything else that anyone ever dreamt up ever. And I wonder whether there's an opportunity to rationalise that under this, whether this is purely maintaining what is there, which seems terribly hard to maintain and very, very expensive for some reason, and whether there's the opportunity to just sort of get that sorted out.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it is a contract for maintenance, but however, we will instruct the contractor to do work for us, and that would involve if we wanted to take out particular pieces of street lighting that we don't like or are due for replacement, then this would be the contract that does that. But it would be our decision, obviously, to decide what we wanted where. So we can certainly review the lighting installations that there are, and very happy to talk about any individual one as an officer team another time. Probably don't want to go through it in this meeting, Chair, but certainly there's flexibility there, yes.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I was particularly referring to lighting, which seems it is impossible, it would appear, to modernise it so that it can take LED or whatever it is we're doing at the moment. It's that kind of thing that we probably need to sort out, I would think. But I'll leave that. You're the expert, but just highlighting the need to possibly rationalise some of the stuff we're using, which doesn't work with climate change in mind.
I think your point is well made and noted. Councillor White would like to come back briefly, please.
Just to help with urban rumour, if you switch a light off, which goes on all day, it saves exactly £17 a year, unless it's an LED light when the saving is less. But to switch it off permanently, you have to pay the electricity company something in the region of 500 to 600 per light. And therefore, there is a very difficult situation. And so what you need to do is go to park lighting. And I've just want to get rid of the urban rumour that switching off a light actually saves significant money. Thank you. Okay. But what it does for wildlife is another issue.
I think it is truly time to move on. I've And I'm delighted to see, with all people in the room having spoken, I believe we've got Mandy and then Val. Or Val
Thank
then
you.
I'm not sure who's first. Sorry, I can't see
Well,
the
I've got a
number.
number one, so shall I go first?
Mandy
Val? Is that
will.
all right?
Okay.
Thank you. So just a couple of things. I think it's really heartening to see and well received that a lot, where possible, of our lighting is LED now. I think that was a great move from all sorts of angles, not least money moving forward. My second comment was actually to compliment the existing contractors before we move on. For me, they've been very responsive. They very quickly, once things are reported, have got out, and I just think it's nice to recognise that, and I've very much been appreciative of that. The only challenge that I have, which is out of our hands, is often there are problems with the supply to columns. So whilst we have a very quick 48, 72 hour turnaround, if it's a supply issue, they have 21, 28 days to attend. So I would love to see a better service to the public, and that if it is a supply issue, we can push for that to be done more quickly. But 10 out of 10 for what's happened today and turnaround times. It's appreciated and keeps our public safe where it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take Val as well. Thank you.
Thank you. This may not be the right place to ask this question, but who is responsible? Is it part of this contract for the great big floodlights that some schools have on the front of their buildings? Councillor Munt may know that. It's just that I have a school in Ilminster that has, I think, 4 or 5 along the front. And they shine into the bedrooms of the people opposite. I mean, I've been dealing with this for about 3 years. Now, I don't know if that comes under this contract, Mike, or whether that's a separate issue.
Councillor Munt, are you able to shed any light on this?
Oh, very witty.
On this one, sorry.
Yes, so this is a contract for highway lighting and for
highway lighting, okay.
Assets. So these are the assets that the council has responsibility for. I think that we've drawn it quite widely, so it could be potentially used for schools. I believe if the individual school wanted to draw it down, perhaps we can. I don't know if we had anything specific on that in the contract, but it was deliberately drawn widely. I think the responsibility for instructing the work would be the school, though. So they obviously have, power over controlling their own assets, don't they?
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go back and have yet another conversation with the head at the school, because the people opposite are actually unable to sleep when the lights are on. They've had to buy blackout blinds, but there you go.
You might like to see some of the properties near the current building site at Hinkley Point.
Yeah.
If you want to compare illumination.
Exactly.
That's a very briefly, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Val, I'll come back to you on that. I'll just check the situation. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you.
Was there? I'm just trying to think whether there was a reply needed for Mandy's point. I have one case where I'm not happy with our current lighting contractor, but I won't go into that one now.
Leader, it's just that push for the suppliers to the columns for us to sort of push them. I know it's laid down in statute, but if they could on occasion speed things up, because the public thinks it's us that's not doing our work, I think that would be helpful.
I think the point's been summed up well by Councillor Chilcott. It is out of our hands to a certain extent, but we do push hard for timely connections, but we will continue to do that. Thank you.
And Mike.
It was just on that point again, Bill, briefly, that we know that the contractor or the supplier has 28 days to fix a supply fault. We do regularly get better service than that from them, but we do occasionally, as I have in Taunton recently, get worse service where they're outside of that time period that they're allowed, and we do give them a little bit of, well, let's call it strong encouragement where that does slip, but we are in the hands of a national policy on that front.
That's an interesting phrase. I think we'll use the phrase strong encouragement for a number of areas. Thank you for coining that one. Not seeing any other contributions on this, so we have in front of us a recommendation to delegate approval of the award of an 8-year contract with the option of a 4-year extension for the provision of highway lighting, illuminated and electrical assets to the leader in consultation with the Executive Director for Climate and Place. The award to be made in accordance with the outcome of the published tender evaluation process and contract to commence on the 1st of April 24, and to delegate the future decision regarding the extension of the contract beyond the initial term to the executive team member or equivalent responsible for highway services, having due regard to the contract terms. Can I see a proposer in the room? Councillor Rigby cannot propose. Councillor Muntz, and secondly Councillor Wyke. Those in favour, please. And those against. That's clearly carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. And we're coming back to you almost immediately, I believe, because we have the contract award for the Taunton Park and Ride service. And I ask members to note that the main report for this item is not confidential, but supporting appendices available to members contain exempt information and are therefore marked confidential and not for publication. If at any point members wish to discuss information within the confidential appendices, the executive will be asked to agree the standard resolution to exclude press and public. That being the public health warning on this item, Councillor Rigby, would you like to introduce?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just extend that warning to say that we won't be discussing the identity of the successful bidder or any of the other bidders in open session today. If anyone does want to do that, we will need to go into closed session. The Park and Rides in Taunton have been in place for around about 15 years now, I think, and have operated reasonably successfully. I think there was a threat to their existence 5 or 6 years ago, and at that point the district council stepped in and picked up the cost of that. That's obviously no longer an option now that we're all rolled in together. The contractor recently, out of step with the dates in the contract, indicated that they were going to hand the contract back on the basis that it was no longer commercially viable for them to operate the service. And that's caused us, that's something that is allowed in the contract, that's caused us to then have to re-tender, and that's what we've now done. And we have a number of bidders, and we have selected based on the most economically advantageous tender process. We've selected a preferred bidder that we would like to award that contract to. Just separately from that, I'd just add that we have had some more recent conversations with Musgrave Park Hospital, where parking has become a problem, particularly in the residential streets in and around the hospital. And while we had adjusted the timetable of the Park and Ride to better fit with the hospital, it didn't still quite do the job. And so there's an opportunity outside of the process that we're going to be looking at today to further work on that, and potentially, and there's as I say, more to be done on this front, and potentially to get a financial contribution from the hospital so that the timings of the buses fit much better with the shift patterns of the staff at the hospital. But that's an aside. What we have here today is an opportunity to let the new contract to keep this important facility going. One of the programs that we've been working on for years, both as a county council, a former county council, and as a former district council at Somerset West and Taunton, is to try and alleviate the impact of congestion in Taunton. Taunton has had in the past an air quality action zone on East Reach. Regrettably, I think at the time when that was done, the means of dealing with that was to remove the monitoring equipment, which isn't what I would have done, but that's the situation we've inherited. We've got some issues further out of town, and we have congestion. I've lived in Taunton, or in and around Taunton, for all of 30 years now, and it's always had, to my mind, a congestion problem out of proportion to the size of the town that it is. And one of the ways of dealing with that is to intercept vehicles further out and get them to park in our Park and Rides. And so I'm really pleased that we have the opportunity to continue that work. I'm very pleased that the bus service improvement plan has given us the opportunity to cut the fee on the park and rides to £1, and that has had, as I mentioned earlier this morning, had a very positive impact on the usage of the park and ride. As part of this package of measures, we'll also be introducing an integrated parking system for Taunton. So up until now, we've had the on-street parking as the purview of the former county council. The former district council has been responsible for off-street parking. And then we've had something of a mixed bag with the park and rides, with the district council operating that for some time, but the county council also operating it before and after that period, bookending the district council's period in charge of those facilities. So there's an opportunity here now, which we are proposing that we take to integrate that parking strategy to make sure that we've got sensible parking fees that bear relation to each other, both for off-street and on-street parking, but that also support the use of the park and ride. So that's as much as I think I need to say, and I'll hand over to Michael, David, or anyone else who wants to come in and fill in any of the gaps. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Mike, what did Mike leave out?
Thank you, Chair. So this is a slightly complex paper. So I think Councillor Rigby's outlined very well the various elements of it. Just to reiterate a few points and to expand on a few points. On the parking strategy, to start off with, you might recall the executive. Might recall that executive agreed in July this year a new set of policy principles for transport, which included trying to reduce the demand for car travel into our town centres and to gain some of the environmental benefits of that. So this policy sort of follows on from that and links the operation of town centre parking to the park and ride. That should have the double effect of encouraging people to use the park and ride and growing the income on the park and ride, but also reducing demand for travelling right into the centre. Moving on to the tender award, we asked for alternative lots on this for running a 15-minute or a 20-minute frequency service, and the Appendix F, which is one of the confidential papers, sets out the lot that we propose to award. And then in confidential Appendix B is the detail of the tenderers and the successful bidder. And as discussed, we'll have to go into private session if we want to discuss that in any more detail. The proposed contract award is for 3 years plus a further two. So we have opportunities to consider and extend at those points. We also have the opportunity to give notice on this contract, and we have to give 12 months notice on this one. So we really need to be projecting ahead the financial viability of the service each year, and then making a decision about awarding the next year's operation. We did also consider an in-house option. I think it's worth noting, just to compare how that would look compared to the current way of working, which is to award contracts. So actually the in-house option was marginally more expensive. So we're very comfortable that continuing to contract out is the most financially beneficial thing to do. There's also a recommendation on rental income. We currently rent some of the space at the Gateway Park and Ride sites at EDF Energy to enable them to park their construction workforce cars there, and they bus their own staff into the site, and we charge them a rental income for that. That has a limited time, so it's available at the moment, but in 2 or 3 years' time, it may not be, depending on the construction progress with the site. So what we wanted to do was to not assume that rental income is part of the intrinsic financial operation of the park and ride. It's an additional amount of money that we spend, and we want to sort of disassociate it from the operation of the park and ride, and therefore there's a recommendation for that sum to be used as part of the council's work to balance its budgets in the light of the financial situation. We are confident there will be sufficient surplus income from town centre parking to enable us to enter this contract with the park and ride operator for the coming year, and then keep in view how the financial sustainability of the service is going. So I think that's probably all I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mike. Any comments or questions? Councillor Wone, Dave.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Bill. I just wanted to say that as a regular user of the park and ride, I'm really pleased to hear that it's being maintained. Most times when I use the park and ride from Taunton Gateway, it is 2/3 full. They tend to be early morning services, but it's a great service, and I haven't driven in the centre of Taunton, I don't think, since 2018, so I've been using that for quite some time. Could I just make a polite request for the drivers to idle for minimum periods only? Some of the drivers, when they pull up at the bus stops at Corporation Street and at Gateway, do have a habit of leaving the bus idling, and I just thought it goes against our decarbonisation aims.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll take that operational point on board. I'm advised it's not a disclosable interest that you use the park and ride, and for transparency, and for transparency, Mrs. Revens uses it to get to work at Musgrove as well. So I'm advised that this is not an disclosable interest. Fed.
More comments, more than questions for me. Councillor Wakefield on leaving wanted just to reiterate her support for this paper, because we've seen in our previous SWT days just the positive that this has for the urban centre of Taunton and helping with the traffic along Toneway in particular. I think from my point of view, I represent the ward that comes closest to this, near Blackbrook Business Park. I mean, it is used by residents on its journey into town as well. I think that it is a positive that we continue this. And I'm just wondering what further out of the box ideas perhaps that we can have in relation to the park and ride, working with the hospital, but also around the airport services that run from Blackbrook Business Park, as an example, and moving them across into the park and ride that cause a whole load of congestion, both to residents and the business park in general. And also whether there's something that we can do with the buses in relation to promoting the businesses in the centre of Taunton and the independent offerings that we have in the centre of town, so that we contribute to the economic development of the centre, to just say, look what's on offer in Taunton.
Yeah, those are great suggestions, and actually they are things that we have done some work on, and I envisage now that, assuming the recommendation is to continue with the service, that we can follow up on. We're actively pursuing what we would need to do to look at airport parking. It's very challenging. It's not a straightforward matter, but we're working on it. And as well, we've also had quite a few conversations with the town centre company and businesses around what we could do by way of helping promote local businesses, and perhaps offering incentives to use the park and ride, and linking it with town centre activity. So again, we've had conversations, but I think with a surety that the service will be continuing, we can double down on those now. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other hands or contributions from lead members or associate lead members. Anybody online? Can't see anybody indicating. No, so thank you, Mike and Mike, for your contributions and all the work that lies behind this. Just to summarise the recommendations, because they're quite lengthy. The first one is to adopt and implement the Taunton Integrated Parking Strategy. The second is the award of the contract. The third is to delegate the decision to exercise the contract extension to the Exec Director for Climate and Place. The fourth is to agree to use surplus income that's generated from EDF Energy, and I'm assured that Hinkley C will be pumping out electricity in 2027, so we do have to bear that in mind. Sorry, did I hear laughter, Councillor Rigby? and we agree the case for applying the exempt information provision. Can I see a proposer in the room, please? Councillor Smith-Roberts, and seconded by Councillor Leishon. Those in favour? Those against? That's clearly carried. Thank you so much for all the work that's gone behind this. Thank you. Which moves us on to item 15, which is recommission of learning disabilities open framework. We don't have Councillor Ruddle with us to introduce this item, but I've received a briefing on this in his stead. So this is an extension to the current framework, which is designed to commission relatively low volume, high bespoke care packages. It's a dynamic purchasing system and procurement and contracting tool, and the system requires providers to sign up and agree to the local authorities' terms and conditions and service specifications. This will create market stability, growth and competition, as well as providing choice for individuals. It also allows the local authority to ensure value for money as well as compliance with its requirements. The existing framework expires on the 31st of March 24 with no option to extend, and it was originally established to procure care and support for adults with learning difficulties and later expanded to include some care packages for adults with mental ill health. But the proposed new framework will not be limited by diagnosis in these ways. The decision is to establish a new framework with a length of up to 10 years with an initial 5-year term, an extension of options of up to 5 years, which could be a combination of 2 and 1 year extensions. There is no new cost in relation to this decision itself, as the online system software has already been purchased. Each individual care package will be agreed through existing adult social care peer forum and enhanced peer forum processes. All terms and conditions, service specifications, processes and procedures, including quality, sourcing and financial, have been reviewed to ensure the system is effective, promotes progression and choice for individuals and value for money for the local authority. There will not be any changes to pre-existing packages of care for individuals in receipt of care and support commissioned using this existing framework as a result of this decision, and if agreed, the new framework will be used for new packages or where an individual's assessed needs have changed and they require a material change to their care package and or different types of care and support if there needs to be a change of care provider. And just handing over to Mel, who's immediately passing the buck down the line to Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. So just to give everyone an overview, this is a framework that has essentially been in place since 2015-16. What we have done is look at the existing framework, the way it's been working, and all the processes that sit behind it. And we are proposing that a new framework is put in place to replace that because it's reached the end of its life. And that framework will be in place, as Councillor Revens has said, for a 5-year initial term, and then with options to extend beyond that. The main fundamental change we've made to the framework is to expand its remit to where it was originally just for adults with learning disabilities, to expand it for anyone who needs a bespoke package of care.
Thank you so much. Just looking around the table for any questions, comments. Nothing from associate lead members, anything online? Not seeing it online. That means we managed to get away with it. So thank you very much for a really clear paper and really good explanation. Thank you very much. Then I see a proposer. In fact, I will propose it as I just spoke on it, and Councillor Tessa Munt will second. Those in favour, please show. Those against, that's clearly carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we now come to a couple of more papers that are in my name. The more observant of you will have noticed that I don't have my laptop today. That is because I printed out the notes last night. They are still on my printer and my printer, my laptop is attached to said printer, and therefore I'm reading off my phone. So my apologies for my sheer incompetence, but I hope this will make sense. So the first item is Harbour Management Advisory Committee, which is referenced on page 467 to 500. Members will be aware that Somerset Council has ports and harbours within its areas of responsibility. The council is the statutory harbour authority and competent harbour authority for the Port of Bridgwater, the statutory harbour authority for Minehead and Watchet harbours, and has statutory responsibility for Bridgwater docks. Full council previously agreed that the responsibility for the council's functions as statutory harbour authority and the role of duty holder should sit with the executive. As the duty holder, the executive is responsible for ensuring that Somerset Council complies with the Port Marine Safety Code. Many councils with harbours and ports, such as Cornwall and Dorset councils, have established harbour management committees. On the 15th of March 23, this executive resolved to establish a Harbour Management Advisory Committee as an executive subcommittee from the 1st of April 23. In order to widen the membership experience and expertise of the Harbour Management Advisory Committee, this report seeks support from the executive to disband the current subcommittee and, in its place, recommend to full council that it agrees to establish a Harbour Management Advisory Committee as a council committee. The advantage of this approach will be that the council can appoint members that represent those coastal communities and other members with relevant expertise to work with external co-opted members on that committee. Discussions are well advanced with other political group leaders to nominate the proposed 6 council members to this committee. If we've got any questions on any of that, I hope I've got Scott Waldridge online to assist. And as if by magic, he appears to us with, I think, a snowy Exmoor behind you. There we go. Do we have any comments or questions on this? I have received correspondence that I may need to draw to members' attention. So yesterday I received an email from Councillor Loretta Wetlaw from Watchet Town Council, writing in her role as chair of the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee. She spoke to me about this on Saturday morning. It regards the Somerset Council Harbour Management Advisory Committee. Having spoken with her colleagues at the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee, we expect to be consulted on the makeup of this committee before it's ratified by full council as required by the said Harbour Revision Order. Our concerns are that in the main you will have 6 councillors who may or may not have harbour experience, and then the 4 that you intend to co-opt may be the same, although it does say they should have experience of harbours, etc. Watchet Town Council is a statutory body which has membership on the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee, and they should also be consulted as the harbour is in the town. The Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee is a statutory instrument drawn by the Harbour Revision Order of 2001, which requires the Somerset Council to consult with it on matters pertaining to the harbour at Watchet. Noticing that this organisation is not on your list of members is very worrying. We feel that as a statutory body, we should have the right to be on this committee and appoint our own representative. Please can you ensure that this is addressed at your initial discussion at the executive meeting on the 6th of December with some urgency. Kind regards, Loretta Wetlaw. And I have advice from Council Solicitor Stephen Hellard. Just for a change of voice, would you like to read this, David? Because I'm getting bored of my own voice.
Of course, Chair. So, in short, the legal advice in support of the Councillor Wetlaw's communication is that it would not be appropriate for the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee to appoint one of its members onto the Council's Harbour Management Advisory Committee. The Watchet Committee is indeed a statutory body established by the Watchet Harbour Revision Order. That order requires this council to consult, except in the cases of special urgency, the Watchet Committee on all matters substantially affecting the conservation, protection, regulation, management, maintenance and improvement of Watchet Harbour and its navigation. However, this does not require us to consult with the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee under the Harbour Revisions Order on the setting up of the Advisory Committee, which is before you today, or upon its makeup. Simply establishing a non-decision-making advisory committee under the Local Government Act 1972 to advise the executive as duty holder clearly does not substantially affect the conservation, protection, regulation, management, maintenance and improvement of Watchet Harbour and its navigation. Establishing the advisory committee has no effect on Watchet Harbour itself. The purpose of the Advisory Committee is to consider the best interests of all the harbours for which Somerset Council is responsible as a whole, taking into account the differing legislation applying to each harbour. The Advisory Committee is designed to draw a line between the role of the members of the Advisory Committee to act in the best interests of the harbours as a whole and members of stakeholder advisory groups whose purpose is to represent their individual stakeholder interests to the Council and the Advisory Committee. It is therefore inappropriate for a member of the Advisory Committee to also hold a formal position on a stakeholder advisory group that makes representations to the Council via the Advisory Committee. This is not good practice and is why the draft Memorandum of Understanding between the Executive as duty holder and the Advisory Committee provides that no member of the Advisory Committee will have a position on any stakeholder group. They need to be kept separate, with the role of stakeholder groups being to represent their individual stakeholder interests to the Advisory Committee. There needs to be a separation of the respective roles. The co-opted members will be appointed on a fit-for-purpose basis through assessment of each nominee's skills, knowledge, experience and commitment on matters identified from a skills audit as being the main skills required for the Advisory Committee. However, that said, the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee will continue to have a very important role. The Council will continue to consult with it on all matters substantially affecting the conservation, protection, regulation, management, maintenance and improvement of Watchet Harbour and its navigation, and in relation to any specific proposals set out in the Watchet Harbour Revision Order. In addition, the Council shall take into consideration any matter, recommendation or representation which may from time to time be referred or made to us by the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee, whether or not the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee has been consulted by us on the matter. Moreover, the draft MOU between the Executive duty holder and the Advisory Committee requires the Executive to establish a formal consultation mechanism to ensure that the Advisory Committee has strong and direct links with harbour users, local communities and other external organisations with an interest in the Advisory Committee areas. That mechanism will therefore be established and will enable stakeholder forums, including the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee, to formally make representations to the Somerset Council Advisory Committee. Furthermore, the draft MOU sets out the agenda for each meeting of the Advisory Committee, and this includes the standing item, report and feedback from stakeholder forums. And the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee would be free to attend, and indeed the chairman could invite them to speak. So whilst not holding a seat on the Advisory Committee, the Watchet Harbour Advisory Committee nevertheless will continue to be a very important stakeholder and play an important role in contributing to the work of the Advisory Committee.
Thank you. There will be a quiz later. Are there any comments or questions from lead members or associate lead members? No. Okay. Sorry, Liz. Yes, Liz.
I just wanted to ask, Chair, the co-opted members, rather than the appointment of 6 elected members, who undertakes that task of finding, interviewing and appointing co-opted members?
Everyone's looking at each other and we don't have Scott on our screen, who we're hoping is grinning away with the answer.
Oh, as if by magic. Yeah,
as if by magic, Scott Aldridge appears.
Thank you, Leader. The council would undertake that role in terms of advertising and then progressing the recruitment of the proposed external co-opted members.
Okay, so then that would be in a similar sort of way that we recruit our independent remuneration panel, etc. It's that sort of process which matches to a skill set, I would assume.
Exactly, Leader.
Thank you very much. Councillor White.
Absolutely fine with the proposal. My only concern is whether or not it compromises our responsibility in any way as an exec member.
In respect of the recruitment of the co-opted members?
In terms of this committee will be, in essence, if we don't have executives on that committee.
This is just an advisory committee to advise the executive, so the ultimate decision-making responsibility rests with the executive themselves.
Thank you.
So we're still the ultimate responsible body. They are giving us advice. They will have stakeholders giving them advice, and so on, until we get down to the fishes and the crabs in the harbour. Councillor Rigby, your hand was up and now it's down.
Yeah, I thought better of asking Mr. Clark if he could just say all that again. I hadn't quite got it.
Yeah, it's just because I told you there was going to be a quiz. You got competitive, didn't you? Okay, thanks very much. And not seeing any other league members or social league members. So, Councillor Chilcott. Mandy, hello.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot about Watch at Harbour, so I'll say a word from mine, Ed. First of all, I think this is really welcome. We've had a situation at the harbour that's gone on recently, and I think it wasn't a health and safety issue, but something, and I think had this been in place then it could have been averted. So I think it's really great. We have got some people within the council that have worked with harbours. I know myself and Councillor Hadley have both been involved in the past. Very much welcome it. I think it'd be a great step forward, and I look forward to seeing it up and running. Just a couple of questions, if I may. It talks here about being the duty holder, which is the executive, being responsible for publication of a marine safety plan and reporting of performance against objectives and targets. I've never seen any reporting against objectives and targets, so that's my first question. Is there? And have I just missed it? And the second question, who is the designated person? I don't know who that is at the moment, so I thought I'd ask the question. Thank you.
Just looking for somebody who has that information. I believe the designated person is my apologies, change the microphone. I've run out of the battery of that one. I believe it's a gentleman employed by the Harbour of Bristol Authority, but I can't remember his name. But he's done a training session with us. The reporting, we've not had anything before executive yet, and yeah, that is something we need to make sure that we get onto. I do get a monthly report from our staff team in that area, which I'd be happy to share with you because it's a right riveting read.
It's just really important, and actually you will all be aware that it's quite a technical thing, harbours and making sure they're safe, etc. I know when I was involved previously, I was surprised what the level of responsibility was. So we just need to make sure we're doing all that, well, you're doing all that you need to as duty holders. Thank you. I'll shift it quickly.
Absolutely, and yeah, we're very we're very aware that there is a bit of a minefield here of bringing the different ports together with one set of structures in terms of the governance, which is a process. And I hope we've landed something that works well for the local members, stakeholder groups, and with the wider executive, as well as our absolutely amazing team that work on this. Whenever I'm at the other end with the Port of Bridgewater, seeing what they do with the stuff coming into Hinkley Point is just absolutely amazing. We've got a hugely talented team.
Thank you. I think it's a good step forward. Thank you, Chair.
That's brilliant. Thank you for your support on that. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions. So if we can go to the recommendation, which I promptly lost. Okay. That the Harbour Management Advisory Subcommittee is disbanded with immediate effect. The terms of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Executive and the Harbour Management Advisory Committee attached as Appendix 2, and to recommend to full Council that the Harbour Management Advisory Committee is established to approve the terms of reference, the approval of the Memorandum of Understanding, the appointment of 6 elected members as nominated by relevant political group leaders, and I think that's going to be an interesting one to land, and delegated authority be granted to the Service Director, Regulatory and Operational, in consultation with the Service Director, Governance, Democratic and Legal Services, to conduct a skills audit for the Harbour Management Advisory Committee and to conduct a process for the recruitment of appropriately skilled co-opted members to the committee and make recommendations to full Council for appointment of said persons. Can I see a proposer? That would be me, and a seconder, that would be Ros. Those in favour, those against, that is clearly carried. We move on to item 17, which is the proposed withdrawal and dissolution of the Heart of the South West Joint Committee, and this report follows a steer from the leaders of several partner councils, including Devon County Council, Exeter City Council, Torbay Council and Plymouth City Council, for proposals to be brought forward to seek approval to dissolve the Heart of the South West Joint Committee. So just to clarify for everyone's benefit, these proposals specifically relate to the Joint Committee's governance arrangements only and do not cover the Heart of the South West Local Enterprise Partnership or the associated Heart of the South West Joint Scrutiny Committee. Members will remember that the Joint Committee was seen a partnership vehicle to provide a single forum for local authority engagement with the Heart of the South West Local Enterprise Partnership and Government. Since 2018, the Joint Committee has worked on issues covering the Heart of the South West area, such as the Local Industrial Strategy, Coastal Productivity Plan, Housing Task Force and regional imbalances. The report sets out a case for change which is supported by several of our partners. Changes in government policy over the last 5 years, the development of the Devon, Plymouth and Torbay devolution deal and the forthcoming integration of the Heart of the South West LEP into the respective local authorities means the purpose of the Joint Committee has largely been superseded and indeed has struggled for quorum. Proposals are being brought forward during November and December 23 by majority of the partner councils to agree to serve notice and recommend the dissolution of the Joint Committee on the 31st of December 2023. There will be fireworks. With the executive support, it is intended that the full council agrees that Somerset Council should withdraw and the Joint Committee be dissolved on the 31st of December, subject to the majority of partner councils approving similar resolutions. Can I ask any executive members who have any questions about this recommendation to come forward? And I hope Scott will leap in and answer. Thank you all. Ros.
The proposal, and just to doubly make the statement, this is not the LEP, this is the Joint Committee. Thank you.
Absolutely, indeed. And Val?
Yeah, just to say, as the most recent chair of this committee, I know I don't get a vote, but I would wholeheartedly support this. It's done its job. But it's now run out of steam, and I think it's time it went. So if I had a vote, I would vote for its abolition. But as I don't, I'll just support it.
Thank you for your support. I'm not seeing any other hands in the room. Any members online? No. So we have a recommendation in front of us. The executive is recommended to agree to serve notice of its withdrawal and that the Heart of the South West Joint Committee be dissolved on the 31st of December 2023. So proposed and second by myself, seconded by Councillor Wyke. All those in favour, all those against. That is clearly carried. I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda, and my apologies for managing to forget both my laptop and my paper copies of my items. As you may have noticed, the Chief Executive has been in and out of the room like a fiddler's elbow, and that's because we have severe concern for bad weather approaching. It's likely that we will be announcing don't travel unless you have to warnings in the coming days. I think there are 3 bands of unpleasant weather coming in on top of what we experienced over the last couple of days. So please stay safe and stand ready to support our communities during the next few days. Okay, have a safe journey home, everybody.